Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the July 11th, 2017 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in Santa Barbara. And would you call the roll, Miss Alexander?
Mr. Williams?
Here.
Ms. Wolf?
Here.
Mr. Adam?
Here.
Mr. Lavanino?
Here.
Ms. Hartman?
Here. Please stand for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we need to approve the minutes of June 12th and June 20th, 2017. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I would now like to add an item to our agenda. It was not posted formally, and that is the discussion of the Alamo and Whittier fires. Mr. Gazzoni, our county counsel, has advised that this falls under the emergency exception to our normal Brown Act noticed requirements, and that the board can discuss this and if it meets the definition of an emergency, which is an activity that severely impairs public health, safety, or both, and if the board majority votes to add this item to the agenda. So I move that we do add it to the agenda. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. And would you read that into the record, Ms. Alexander?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, ex-agenda item number 1 is an update on Alamo and Whittier fires.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, board members. I'm Eric Peterson, Fire Chief, and with me today is our OEM Director, Rob Lewin. And I'm going to give you a quick briefing on fire activity in this county and answer any questions you have. So our first slide up here is good, just that it shows the relative location of the two fires to each other in the county and their relative size. As you can see, they're on opposite sides of the county, and there was some initial difficulty ramping up for two incidents of this size and complexity. As you were aware, we had prepared for that. The whole op area had prepared for that. All of the law enforcement agencies in the county and fire agencies in the county were well aware of the weather event coming in, and before too long we had caught up with the incident, and the system had caught up with the fires. Everything is now in place. Both incidents have Type 1 incident management teams running them, and they are very well supported logistically. They have everything they need, and good work is being done. As you can see up there, the Alamo Fire is in state responsibility area. It's kind of the whiter shade of green up there, the lighter shade. And the Whittier Fire is in federal responsibility area, and which goes to explain why the Alamo Fire, which is in state responsibility area, has a state management team running it, and the Southern Whittier Fire has a federal management team. We're lucky to have a IC running the Whittier Fire, who is Mark Von Tillo. He's a Type 1 incident manager, and he has lived and worked in this county along with all of us for the last 30 years. So we have somebody up there who knows the territory really well. So first I want to talk about the Alamo Fire. Next slide, thanks. Alamo Fire started on July 6th, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Just to orient you where we are here on this map, you can see Santa Maria over there on the left side. Up there around Branch 2, Division Echo, is where Tepisque is. And then up above, you see oh, that might help. Right up here is where the Twitchell Reservoir is. That's where the initial origin of the fire was, right around here, right around Division Alpha. Started in a very kind of rocky, very mountainous terrain, very difficult to get a purchase on that fire. But crews initially were able to get their arms around it pretty well, although inside the line there was quite a lot of active fire. But they were able to get hose lines up and around some extremely steep and rocky areas, and were able to contain it mostly on the San Luis Obispo side of that line up there. There's about 200 acres on the San Luis Obispo side, so the intent was to try to keep it on the other side of the river. Unfortunately, the next day, the wind came up dramatically, and some of the active fire inside the line was able to skip across the river. There was some vegetation in the narrow area of the river, and it got across into the open territory there up above Tepesquay. And they had 20 to 30 mile an hour winds, and the fire quickly went from right around 6,000 acres. Within a couple of hours overnight, it went to 24,000 acres. So extremely fast fire behavior, extremely quick spread, basically quadrupled in size in one night. Currently the fire is at about 30,000 acres, and this morning they're calling it 45% contained. Really good progress. So we're making some good headway on that thing. Our main concerns, of course, are the structures in the Tepesquay area up there right around Division Echo. There's 133 residences up there. There's a lot of very important communications infrastructure that we're concerned about, and of course the watershed into the reservoir. There are 75 engines, 2,227 personnel, 6 helicopters, 25 bulldozers. It's bulldozer country. And fixed wing air tankers are being rotated in and out of there as needed. But generally speaking, good progress. So the next slide, we'll talk about the Whittier fire. Started 2 days later on July 8th at about 1:30 in the afternoon, somewhere around in the Whittier campground area across from Highway 154 at the entrance to Cachuma Lake. The Forest Service, County Fire, and Sheriff's personnel had been ramped up prior for this incident. We were on alert because of the weather. We had staffed up prior. And consequently, a lot of equipment and personnel were able to get in there relatively quickly within minutes. Unfortunately, because of the age of that fuel bed and the extreme weather conditions, the fire quickly overwhelmed all attempts to make an initial attack, and before too long, it quickly became apparent that any attack in that area was going to have to be abandoned. During that attack, sheriff's personnel and fire personnel were able to evacuate about 100 people out of the Cachuma Lake area, but it was quickly discovered that in the Circle V campground, there are about 80 kids and camp counselors, and these are kids, and the counselors were about 18 years old. The kids were 8 to 13, 14-year-old kids trapped in a building in the Circle V campgrounds when the road became engulfed. Fire and law personnel, including a county fire dozer operator, stayed with the kids and kept the fire away from them until the road could be safely navigated. But it was a long couple of hours, and some very dramatic things happened back in there. We're going to be doing an after-action review. We're talking to the people that were back there. The story is the more I find out about this thing, the more dramatic it gets. It's clear that people did very heroic things back there. No one was hurt. Everyone got home to their families. So overall, just a very successful outcome to that very dramatic incident. And it's almost unspeakable to think about what could have happened if things didn't go as well as they did. So that is a good part of this story. The fire is now almost 11,000 acres, with about 2,000 of those being the slop over that has been very visible along the top of the Camino. There were 8 residences in the campground area destroyed, and about 12 outbuildings and some infrastructure loss around Cachuma Lake. The cause is under federal investigation, and information is being tightly controlled. I am not at liberty to release anything, and to do so would jeopardize what they are trying to do up there. So as of this morning, that fire was 25% contained. We're again concerned about communications infrastructure, crucially important power lines, and of course the hundreds of residents that are west of Goleta, just below the visible fire. Last night we had a very, very calm night, and the Farron Road mandatory evacuation has been reduced from an order to a warning, so that's good news. This map is about a day old. If you look at the top there, You can see the border of Cachuma Lake, and on that left corner, that kind of L shape up there has all been turned black as of this morning. So we're calling this 25% contained. They are making very good progress on this thing. The weather has really helped us out. There's been almost no wind on the fire and almost no sun on the fire. So that's given us an opportunity to get in there with heavy equipment and crews and start chipping away at this thing. For both of these fires, Santa Barbara County has been in unified command with CAL FIRE, the United States Forest Service, the Sheriff's Department, and the CHP. As I mentioned, the weather has turned in our favor. The wind has turned in our favor. Our county firefighters are well integrated into the management of both of these fires, so local knowledge is being fully utilized. People who have grown up here and know this territory and this dirt really well are integrated in leadership positions in both fires. The management of both fires are well aware of the need to protect agricultural resources. OEM and the people working at the EOC have really been a huge help. And I want to thank all the people that have been working on their days off, late nights, all night in some cases, in the EOC to keep the public informed and sheltered. The relationships and the camaraderie that has developed over time between all of the agencies in this op area continue to foster an environment that puts the public good above jurisdictional or territorial boundaries. We're really lucky in this county to have the people working here know each other so well and have the relationships we have. It makes incidents like this run a lot better. And finally, I just want to say that although the weather has improved and we are cautiously optimistic, there's still a lot of fire to put out. We're not out of the woods yet, but things are looking better. And with that, either Rob or myself can take any questions you might have.
Supervisor Adam.
Well, I don't have any questions, but I just want to let everybody know that I went out. Chief Peterson took me on a tour yesterday of the Alamo Fire, and we made it all the way around the perimeter and visited with the incident command and everything. And, you know, the organization of that incident command is just impressive, and the cooperation that's evident to anybody that just walks in the door of the fine air-conditioned trailer is fabulous and yeah, heartwarming to some extent, and really a confidence booster in the whole organization. And then what was really cool is going out and meeting some of the guys on the line and seeing, after being in tremendously difficult circumstances and working 24-hour shifts and probably more than that in some cases, these guys are in such fine morale. It's amazing. There's nobody, you know, they're laughing and joking, and maybe that's because, you know, it kind of looked like they had it under control at that point, and they feel like they won. But everybody's happy. There's no crankiness detectable to me, and you know, that just means you're running a great shop and you have great people, and that's really commendable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo what Supervisor Adams said, and you know, since 2007, since ZACA, you know, having that opportunity to watch all of you in action has been really an incredible honor. As you said, everyone working together to keep our county safe is really masterful. I just have one criticism, though, Chief Peterson, because when I left for Africa, you promised me that there wouldn't be any fires. And so when I landed at LAX and all my texts started coming, I thought, okay, I've got to talk to Eric, you know, what's going on.
I was hoping you wouldn't bring that up.
Do you remember that conversation? Yeah. I'm sure. You know, it's just one of those things that, you know, we always hope never happens, but I think this county is so well prepared, and all of our agencies and all of our departments work so well together. You know, even, you know, from firefighters to animal services going in and rescuing the animals, you know, to the Red Cross. I had a chance to talk to the folks from Red Cross, and, you know, the opportunities that they have for our community to set up our evacuation centers. I was going to ask you, I did have one question about Tepiscay. Is that evacuation still in place?
Yes.
So they're still...
They're still under an evacuation order.
Okay. What is the weather forecast?
For the next 3 days, the weather's looking about the same as what we've had.
Okay, so no wind?
Nothing forecast right
Okay.
now, so
Okay.
good news on the weather front.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lewin, I know you're here, and I want to thank you and your staff for keeping everyone up to date. I was at the press conference, and I got to just say that I love this map. It's just one of my things that I know you guys have your fire maps and your alpha and your whatever, you have all of your words that you use, Eric, but for the average citizen who sees these maps, it's really good to have that second layer for communication so people can see the streets and better understand, where this is happening. It goes a long way. So I just want to express my appreciation to you. Gina, our PIO, has done an excellent job. There's just this incredible coordination that, unfortunately, we've had too many times to practice, and but we've got it down, and our community should feel very proud, as I do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Rob and Eric, I just want to say thank you for, I know when we're in the community, people expect us to have up-to-date information. And wherever we go, they want to know what's happening up to the minute. And your guys' ability and consistency in providing us that information is greatly appreciated. I know, at least by me, and I'm sure with all of us, the messages just kept coming. And I will say there was a significant change in my blood pressure when we heard about the kids that were hunkering down in place. I mean, I was at my granddaughter's first birthday party, and that just froze everything, until those kids were rescued. So I really appreciate that. And I'm sure sometime in the future we'll hear that entire story, and that's going to be interesting. I also want to say, just for fire in general, it was really cool. My office is kind of a staging area at the parking lot for mutual aid. And just to see these fire crews coming from, you go out and look at the trucks, and it's Selma and Monterey County and different cities throughout the state of California that are all coming together. And it's a really great system that you guys have all perfected. So again, professionalism of Santa Barbara County really stood out in this. We're not out of the woods yet, but any idea when Tepiscay is going to be able to have that evacuation order lifted, or how close are we, or do we know that yet?
So evacuations are a tricky thing. So of course you don't want to send people back in too soon, but you also don't want to keep them out too long. So the effort by the incident commanders is to find that place, that comfort level. Usually what will happen is we'll reduce the evacuation from an order to a warning, which means that residents only would be able to get back in and then know that they have to evacuate again. And so I'm sure that discussion's going on. Well, it goes on every day at a fire, and I'm sure that that's what's going to be considered today. You would look for a place where you're not going to have people in harm's way. So it's not answerable from here, but that discussion does occur. Can I make one comment? I was listening to the chief's presentation just now, as you were, and he humbly talked about the rescue efforts. I want you to know that he was in that rescue effort himself, and that's probably why it's a difficult thing for him to even talk about. But he was in the firefight. He was in that roads, in that area, in those camps, also trying to do the right thing to get those people out. And it's good to know that we live in a county where, in the military, we'd call everybody's a rifleman. The Marines would say that. In this case, in the fire service, everybody is a firefighter, no matter what their rank. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I want to echo the thanks to the chief for that, and to your men and women, both of you men and women, the men and women of the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, CAL FIRE, and all the emergency operations personnel. It's only July, you know, and we've had 2 large incidents already. You know, they have to, because they know they're so intimate with this subject, they must be feeling like this is going to be a long hot summer, and I just want to give words of encouragement. They have our confidence, they have our support, and they have our thanks. I did want to also ask for, you know, the general public that have not been evacuated, what the your understanding is of the warnings that have been issued by the APCD. It's important, I think, to hear from folks that there is air quality impacts that could particularly impact folks that are very young, very old, or have breathing conditions, and it would be great to hear that because there may be some people watching at home.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. So a couple of different levels of alerts. Of course, the first thing we did during this, before the fires even start, is we send out an alert that there's a red flag warning. And that means that people that live in areas that are prone to a fire and within that area need to pay attention. They need to listen to the news, they need to look outside, they need to understand, they need to make sure their vehicle has fuel in it, that they have an evacuation plan. And that's why we sent that alert out before the fires. That's why the fire department staffed up and other things that were going on. During the fire, we sent out now a total of 13 different aware and repair alerts, and these included everything from text messages, emails, tweets, Facebook posts, phone calls to cell phones and phone calls to landlines, as well as WIA alerts, which means we woke up every phone in that evacuation area. Of course, we have our JIC fully staffed, and they're providing constant information. They're answering tweets, they're answering Facebook posts, they're responding. Our public health folks and our air pollution control is constantly looking at air quality and sending out health alerts to make sure that those people who may have compromised respiratory systems are taking action to make sure they're protecting themselves. So I believe that everything that could be done to alert the public is being done. However, we constantly are trying to make sure we're improving and doing it. This year, this particular fire, for the first time, we had Spanish translators and a team of them in our EOC, and they were translating all the tweets and all the Facebook posts and all of the press releases, so that we're trying to reach out to all our population. And this is a struggle for us. We need to do better at this, but we are working hard at that.
Thank you. Supervisor Adam, I have a couple of questions before I turn it over to you. Have we ever had 2 fires simultaneously like this coming, starting to rage at the same time?
It's unusual to have 2 fires of this size and complexity at the same time. We have had fires that have the same amount of more acreage, like the Zaka fire went over 200,000 acres. So to have 2 incidents that are type 1 incidents is a unique event. You know, that to my knowledge has not happened before, to have that happen simultaneously. So
we're learning new things as we manage this simultaneous.
Mostly what we're learning is that we have a really good system in this state, and we have a lot of resources, and the way resources are ordered and tracked, and people's availability is tracked, and the kinds of resources and what they're capable of. Our tracking mechanism and our mutual aid system in the state of California is the best in the world, and we were able to really show that in this county. These fires became the #1 priority in the whole state because of the threats in both of these fires, and that is why we were fortunate enough to get the resources that we got. You know, we saw those big DC-10 sized aircraft here very, very quickly, and all those fire trucks, you know, 50 of them within hours, and that was because of the threat here.
And there was another fire in Atascadero during all of this, but I haven't heard much of it since.
My counterpart at CAL FIRE up in San Luis Obispo, Rob Lewin's old job, had to rush out of our command post to get up to that fire, and luckily some of the aircraft that were on our fires were diverted up there, and they were able to basically stomp on that thing before it was able to get a foothold. So that would have been a real problem had that taken off.
I just have one other question and then a lot of lights up here. I had dinner once at Station 11 and they told me something about pioneering the incident command, some aspect of it here in Santa Barbara County. Do you know what I'm talking about, and could you elaborate that for me?
In the early 90s, it became apparent that we were having fires and people weren't using the same terminology. Communications were poor. Logistical support was poor. Like I said, communications, radio frequencies were not coordinated well. And so oftentimes you'd have these fires where you have all these resources coming from different areas and people weren't very well organized. And because of that, and Santa Barbara was kind of a key part of it because of the Painted Cave fire back in 90, and that we had the Oakland Hills fire. Some of those fires, although they went out eventually, some of the coordination involved wasn't good, and so it became really apparent that we needed to create a better system. And so Santa Barbara County, the leadership in Santa Barbara County at the time was part of that process, and as a result, we are on the board of directors of FireScope, which is a statewide advisory agency to the Office of Emergency Services. I'm sure Rob could probably explain this a lot better than I can, but it's a proud part of our history that we were part of that, and it's since been, the ICS system has since been adopted at the federal level. It's a big deal.
Thank you. And I'll turn to Supervisor Adam, but Sheriff Brown, would you come down too? I had a question for you when we're finished. Supervisor Adam?
Well, maybe we get done with Sheriff Brown.
Well, I just wanted to thank you. I had a tour with Jefferson Litton, my chief of staff, into the Whittier fire area, and I also had an opportunity to see the people in dispatch working, 12-hour shifts and having to handle these two fires and all the different communications. And I wanted to thank you and to thank everyone who's working. We always think about the people on the front lines and what they did, and especially what they did for those children. That was hours. And I think you lost a vehicle from the sheriff's department.
We did. It was actually as a result of that incident where several of our deputies tried to get up to the camp, and they got close to it, but they got forced back as a result of the fire. They turned around and came back, and in the process, we assume that a burning ember or a burning branch got sucked into the air dam of one of our brand new SUV vehicles. And yeah, unfortunately, the luck of the draw. And as the deputy drove that vehicle down the dirt road back to Highway 154, the engine compartment caught on fire, and they weren't able to get it out, and the entire vehicle was destroyed. So. But it was really a team effort on that incident, as well as every one of these fires is always a team effort, and everyone out there has done a tremendous job, and it was nice to be able to take you out so that you could see firsthand what
and the job of your deputies is to get people out when there's an evacuation order, and I can't emphasize enough how important that is, because we don't want people having to argue about the safety. Listen, right?
Absolutely. There's sometimes where people just don't want to leave, and really we take these evacuation orders very, very seriously, the warnings very seriously, and if people are in a zone that has been given either a warning or an immediate order, we really encourage them to please act immediately to either vacate the area if it's an order or if it's a warning, to really prepare for departure at a moment's notice in the future. And one last thing, I just also want to give a shout out to our search and rescue volunteers as well. They were out there right in the thick of all of this. They actually ultimately got vehicles up to the camp at Circle V and ended up evacuating the young people and the counselors that were there as well. So they're a big component of all of this as well, and I want to give them a special thanks, as well as the deputies and, of course, all the firefighters.
And I just wanted to mention the Chumash, who provided a van to get the children out. You'd mentioned that before. So, okay, Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, first thing is there was a third fire in Santa Barbara County, and I don't know if anybody even knows about it because one of our ranchers put it out himself and saved it from, and it was on Fox Canyon Road, and so you didn't have to deal with that one because he put a bunch of equipment on it, and so we should probably just say thank you, Marvin Teixeira, for putting that one out and housing people at his winery from Tepiscay. A bunch of refugees from Tepiscay ended up at the winery over there. So the other thing is I didn't want to pass this opportunity to put out a commercial for control burns. You know, if we burn some of this stuff at the time and place of our choosing, it goes a lot better than when it gets foisted upon us with weather conditions that we can't agree to. And you know, when other fires may be going on, you know, this could have turned into if Marvin hadn't been on the site when a car parked on the side of Fox and Canyon Road, which hadn't been mowed for a while, and that's what I understand is what happened, and maybe that's not what happened, but that's the story I get, is that it hadn't been mowed and a car had problems and heated up and caught the grass on fire, and then it came over into his place, and he had equipment at hand and put it out. You know, that could have turned into a third front. And so, you know, these are the things. The Cattlemen's Association has a burn association in it, and they really want to do this stuff, but we have a very difficult time saying yes to that for a variety of reasons. And I think we need to try to streamline that so that we don't have uninterrupted spots of, you know, hundreds of thousands of acres that don't have any breaks in them, because I remember that you told me on the Ray fire, it ran into the Zaka fire, which is the only reason it went out. And but for that, it would have gone all the way over there. And one of the things that happens after a fire is you've got such a tremendous amount of erosion potential, and the bigger the fire, the worse off it is. If you had a couple of spots in there that were a couple thousand acres instead of you know, 20,000 acres that's draining into Cachuma Lake, if we have a very wet winter this year, you're going to experience a lot of erosion and sedimentation and volume loss in Cachuma Lake, and same with Twitchell. And after the Logan fire, Twitchell lost, and maybe Tom's here, yeah. Do you recall how much capacity Twitchell lost after the Logan fire? Because that was a really significant event.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Adam, we didn't calculate the Logan fire specifically, but it did lose a lot of capacity, and it had been losing capacity a long time too, but yes, it did lose. Well,
it happens a heck of a lot faster, yes, right? I
yes,
mean, when you have an incident like this, and then you have a heavy rain year afterwards, you know, and you can't predict either one of these, you know, and so I would prefer to see us, and I think even you guys would prefer to see us go out there and do some of these in the fall of the year when it's cooler and the fire doesn't burn as hot, but it does burn some vegetation, and put in some natural fire breaks that'll help control these type of catastrophic fires from happening when, you know, it's not the time and place of our choosing.
Mr. Lewin?
Well, just quickly, two things. Of course, the Federal Forest Service and both CAL FIRE under County Fire do have a prescribed burn program, and it certainly is challenging. You bring up excellent points. It's getting it on the ground and doing it, and I'm sure that in both cases they do want to partner with the landowners, but we need to do more for sure. I wanted to just follow up on the issue of sedimentation issues, flooding issues that we potentially now, of course, have because of this fire and the other fires that we had last year, which will still be a problem for us this coming year. The Forest Service is going to bring in a BEAR team, burn advisory, excuse me, burn assistance emergency. I'm sorry. They come in and they evaluate the land. So they did
You know,
that.
not remembering one acronym is really forgivable for you.
He's been working 24-hour days.
They're bringing
There's
a bear
only
team as
10,000 acronyms.
as they did on the Sherpa and the Ray Fire. And they will evaluate the land. They do a really good job of, and they work with our flood folks, the flood folks in our county, as well as other agencies will be part of that team. They'll take a look at it, and if there's any mitigations they can do to try to reduce the impact on Lake Cachuma, which of course we all are desperately in need of protecting, they'll provide that information, and they'll also, because it's federal land, be able to fund most of those projects. It'll also help try to protect Highway 154 from damage from flooding as well that could happen this winter. So there is an effort already underway to start working that problem.
And Supervisor Wolf, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you. Just one quick thing. Mr. Lewin, I think it was the last fire I had asked you to let the public know how to connect to Aware and Prepare. Could you do that again so everyone can sign up?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't thank you so much for reminding us to do that. We do need all the public in Santa Barbara County to go to awareandprepare.org and register for alerts. That will make it so that they're getting alerts on both their phones and in their landline and every means possible. So awareandprepare.org. Thank you.
Okay, and we have public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to go to Santa Maria for Andy Caldwell.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing. I want to thank our firefighters and sheriff's deputies for the heroic work they did. And I want to echo what Supervisor Adam brought up. I've given this speech in front of this board probably a dozen times over the years, that we are really acting foolishly living in a high fire hazard area like we do. I've lived in this region for almost 50 years now, and we should never be surprised that we have these fires. What we should be surprised and disappointed is that we don't do what we used to do to prevent these things from getting out of control. In addition to control burns, we should be creating massive, and I will use the word massive, fire breaks using heavy equipment. We should promote grazing and planting and even roadways through these areas. But instead, your county has policies, and the state, and to some degree even the feds, have policies prohibiting all of the above. Do you remember just a couple of months ago when somebody living in a high fire hazard in the South County wanted to build a means of egress, and you told him to shelter in place? Do you remember that? Those kids that had to shelter in place, if they had not been rescued, that would have been one of the most catastrophic losses of life due to fire in our country in the last 100 years. Because you have policies that don't allow the firemen and the landowners to do what needs to be done to manage the wilderness and the ecosystem. Mother Nature is not benign. It is a killer. We've got to change our policies, and it needs to start with you in terms of quit protecting fuel under the guise of environmentally sensitive habitat. Quit zoning agriculture out under resource protection zones. These are your creations. People are going to die. People are going to lose their homes. And we're going to lose vital infrastructure because of these policies. If you won't change these policies in the midst of 2 huge wildfires, when will you? I still can't believe when you told that guy to shelter in place when the local fire chief said he needed the road. It was heartless, it was cruel, and it was ludicrous. Get rid of the zoning designations, get rid of the prohibitions, and start permitting the work we need so our firefighters and residents won't be risking their lives.
Do we have any other public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, that was our only request to speak on
Okay, I
this
close
item.
public comment, bring it back to the board. Are there any final remarks the board would like to make? Could I have a motion to receive and file the report? Second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. On another matter, Supervisor Lavanino, I believe you would like to propose directing staff to bring a matter back to the board?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Well, it's been reported that the determination of our planning director regarding hoop structures has been appealed, and I'd like to request this item that we heard on June 6th be brought back to us as soon as we can schedule it so that we can take a look at our other options and decide how to proceed from here.
Okay, so would that be a motion? And may I
I'll
have a
second.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Well,
I'm just wondering, do we need it as a motion, or can we just,
I think we just need to direct it.
yeah.
But I was
Well-
advised that if we all direct it with a vote, then it's clear to the staff that there is a majority support for
Well,
this
how do we
matter.
do we have it agendized? I just need some clarity.
Okay, Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, the Brown Act has a limited exception where either a member of the board or the entire board on an item that's not agendized may take action to direct staff to place a matter on a future agenda, and I believe that's what Supervisor Lavanino has just moved.
Okay.
And I think the benefit of a motion would, and CEO Miyasato may want to comment on that, is it's indicative of a commitment of time by staff, by the board.
Okay. So I'm not like disagreeing. So
I know.
just repeat what you.
So I'm just saying that if we could direct staff to come back with the presentation from June 6th so that they don't have to do a lot of other work, just bring back that presentation that had listed out all of the options that we had the ability to take at that point. Just bring back that to us so that we can see if we would like to go another option at this point instead of continuing with the appealed process.
I believe Mr. Gazzoni would like to add something.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, and that motion makes clear what the board is intending, and it might also help to have a date certain at this point. And we had spoken offline with the planning director on a date that would allow staff time to come back, and that would just for expectations.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, July 25th would be just fine.
Okay, would you amend your motion to bring it back July 25th?
Sure. Is that in Santa Maria or Santa Barbara? Do we know? Santa Barbara? Okay.
And you seconded?
As the seconder, I agree.
Okay, and do we need a roll call vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Okay, motion passes. So we're now turning to our administrative agenda, and we have 3 honorary resolutions to be presented today, A29, 30, 31. May I have a motion to approve? So moved. Second?
I'm sorry, did you ask us to be able to pull things today?
I'm doing the resolutions first, and then we'll turn to...
Right, I wanted to pull one of those.
Okay.
That would be 23.
Okay, already have that, thank you.
But these are just the honorary resolutions we're doing right now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, did you say?
These are the
included
honor
23?
A29, 30, and
Okay.
31, the
Okay.
honorary resolutions.
Gotcha.
And
I'll make a motion to move those.
thank you, and a sec. A28, thank you. 29, 30. Motion second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So would you read the first one into our record, please, Ms. Alexander?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item A29 is a co-sponsor from Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is a resolution declaring Santa Barbara County to be a bicycle-friendly county. If I can have Eve Sanford and any other members of SB Bike Coalition that are here come to the podium. All right, now go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Santa Barbara County is blessed with a beautiful climate year-round, and whereas Santa Barbara County has mountain roads from the Los Padres Forest into the San Ynez Valley, and throughout the county that provide challenging rides and access to popular tourist destinations. And whereas Santa Barbara County has oceanfront bike trails and roads that provide scenic and level rides that can be enjoyed by bike riders of all abilities. And whereas bicycle riding provides healthy exercise and enjoyment while taking vehicle trips off our roads and decreasing congestion, pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas Santa Barbara County's public parks and national forests have many popular mountain bike trails. And whereas cities, counties, tourism councils, businesses, and volunteers in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties have formed the Cycle California Coast organization to promote national and international bicycle tourism in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors declares Santa Barbara County to be a bicycle-friendly county and encourages local cities and neighboring counties to do the same, where practical, to develop bicycle infrastructure, encourage bicycle-friendly businesses, and promote our region as a world-class destination for bicycle tourism. Passed and adopted today.
Hello, I'm Eve Sanford, and I want to give a few comments on behalf of the Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition SB Bike. First off, thank you so much. I'm honored to see the county recognize the important role that bicycling plays in the quality of life for residents in Santa Barbara County, and the ways that cycling is growing inside of our county. Initiatives like Cycle Cal Coast are promoting bike tourism and recreation as in our natural resources at a national level. I'd like to recognize that UCSB is doing excellent work bringing bike share to our region, the first bike share in Santa Barbara County, and to recognize the efforts and the increasing number of individuals who are riding bikes as a means to personal wellness and increased sustainable transportation in our region. We're very honored that you guys are choosing to recognize the important role that cycling plays in our community. And I can't emphasize enough the role that infrastructure has played in making our county so bike-friendly, and the work that our Public Works Department has done in creating wonderful Class 1 bike paths and a Class 2 bike lane system that supports cycling trips in our region. With that, I would love to highlight 3 important projects that we can do to further our efforts as a bike-friendly county. And so the first one would be MODOC, connecting between the Auburn bike path to the planned Las Positas and MODOC bike path that the city of Santa Barbara is working on. This is a really, really small gap, and it's a huge opportunity for us to invest in closing that gap and just further supporting biking in our region. In addition, I'd like to highlight the Santa Maria Levee bike path. So this would be a wonderful resource for families if we were able to connect it from its existing end to the city of to Guadalupe, and the Santa Ynez River Trail. Especially in the Santa Ynez region, we're seeing a massive increase in bicycle tourism as an industry that's bringing people from around the world to Santa Barbara County. And with that, I would like to introduce Michael Hecker, who is here. He is a wonderful catalyst in Buellton and the Santa Ynez region, bringing the community together around bicycling. And so with that, Michael Hecker.
And I'm proud to claim him as my appointee to the Trails Committee.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Yes, Santa Barbara County has done a fine job making portions of the county very bike-friendly. As a lifelong bicyclist and county resident, as director of the Santa Ynez Valley Spoke and a recent appointee to CRATAC, I'm here to say thank you to all this county has done to make cycling safer. It is truly a great accomplishment. Congratulations. Okay. And while I'm up here, let me just say thank you for that appointment, Supervisor Hartman, to CRATAC, and for all of you for ratifying me. I hope to be on that committee a very long time and accomplish a lot of really cool things. But you had to know, if I'm up here speaking, that there had to be a we can do more pitch. There's so much work to do in the Santa Ynez Valley, in my community. While transportation bike infrastructure on the South Coast and portions of North County is off the charts, other portions of the county lag behind when it comes to improving bicycle infrastructure. In a tourist-driven economy like the Santa Ynez Valley, we need to work together on creating a true alternative transportation and recreational bicycle infrastructure based on Class 1 multi-use paths, Class 2 on-street bike lanes, correct street signage, and the correct paint on the road. Often I hear from Valley residents, I'd love to ride bikes with my family, Mike, but there's nowhere safe for me to do that. Or from visitors, I hear, you know, Mike, we travel the world with our bikes. And while it's beautiful here, we're disappointed at the poor road conditions and the lack of real bike lanes and paths. If we don't start fixing things and start planning for the future in the San Ynez Valley, even more kids will just be chauffeured around by their mom and dad, and bicycle tourists will just stop vacationing there and choose other locations. We envision building things like the Class 1 multi-use San Ynez River Trail, which is included in the 2015 SB-CAG Regional Active Transportation Plan as a study corridor. Perhaps we could start that by directing Public Works to come up with some funding to study that. When built, this path would become the jewel of the future SYV trail system, complete with paved off-street bike path and a dirt equestrian trail. A dirt equestrian trail. Equestrians have been forgotten in the San Ynez Valley, and it's time that we remember our roots up there and the history. We should help them out and give them some place to ride. There's a Sunnyfields connection spur off the one Class 1 path that's been proposed recently. We have one Class 1 path in the San Ynez Valley. One. It's 1.33 miles long. 1.3 miles of Class 1 paths in the San Ynez Valley. And we have an opportunity to build a connection to a park that would make it way more accessible and safe for families to use. I can go on and on and on. The county's done a great, great, great job, and I'm proud to be part of it. And I think the future's bright. And again, congratulations on this, and I'm going to wrap it up with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Turning to A30, would you read that into the record, Ms. Alexander?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item A30 is sponsored by Supervisor Wolf, and it is a resolution of commendation honoring Chief Investigator Dave Saunders upon his retirement from the District Attorney after nearly 15 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And if we can have Dave Saunders come to the podium. And our District Attorney, Joy Studley, go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas, after beginning his public safety career nearly 31 years ago as a Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Deputy, and then as an investigator with the Ventura County District Attorney's Office, David Saunders returned to Santa Barbara County and is now retiring after nearly 15 years with the District Attorney's Office, where he served with excellence, passion, and loyalty as the Chief Investigator overseeing the Bureau of Investigations. And whereas, under Dave's command and leadership, the Bureau of Investigations consistently fulfilled its mission to develop evidence of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And Dave devoted himself to safeguarding an accurate investigative process, which is crucial to the ethical prosecution of criminal cases. And whereas Dave utilized his extensive law enforcement expertise to help create and supervise highly specialized criminal investigative units in complex areas such as real estate, fraud, child abduction, arson, and internet crimes against children, all of which fight insidious crimes and hold accountable criminals who target our community, oftentimes against vulnerable victims. And whereas Dave ensured that District Attorney staff and buildings remained secure during high-profile cases, dedicated himself to the safety of witnesses and their families, was founding member of Isla Vista Safe, developed office-wide policies as the invaluable member of the District Attorney's executive team, and even earned a glowing letter of commendation entitled Dave Saunders, an Outstanding Public Servant, from a pair of stranded motorists whom he rescued in Yosemite National Park during the middle of the night. And whereas Dave has conducted himself with the utmost integrity and shown sound judgment, professionalism, dedication, and unwavering perseverance in pursuing truth and justice for all, and has committed his career to working with law enforcement, crime victims, the public, courts, and government agencies to enforce the law while seeking fair and just outcomes. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors commends Dave Saunders for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, wishes him the very best of luck as he embarks upon a second career as a professor of criminal justice, and wishes him many more years of good health and happiness, passed and adopted today.
Before I commend Dave, I'd like to take a moment to commend Fire Chief Peterson for his bravery and his leadership, and also Rob Lewin. Very clear that he's a former fire chief. His communications have been extraordinary and all night long and all morning long, so I'm convinced Rob hasn't slept at all, but we're so lucky in this community to have people at the core of public safety. And at the end of this month, Santa Barbara County will lose one of its best community-minded critical thinkers, a man who also happens to be kind and compassionate. On a personal level, I will miss his daily wisdom and warmth, and our office will miss his unflappable leadership. Still, we feel blessed to have had him for as long as we have, but not quite as long as his extraordinary parents, Mike and Shirley, who are also here today to embrace their son's moment. Dave has been protecting our public safety for over 31 years. He began with the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, and after a stint with the Ventura District Attorney's Office, Dave came home to Santa Barbara County and became our chief investigator. But our loss is Santa Barbara City College's great gain, because Dave is now becoming a full-time professor in the field of the School of Justice Studies. I'm getting a little choked up, so bear with me. Dave will be missed by many in our county, but most of all, he'll be missed by those of us who work closest with him at the District Attorney's Office, especially me.
Gosh, I got to just be brief and say thank you. Thank you to everybody. I mean, I can't believe 31 years has got past me, but I really want to say thank you to the County of Santa Barbara. Honestly and sincerely and deeply, when I was basically a kid, when I got to the Sheriff's Department at 19, it was the county that gave me what I was looking for, which was a chance to help the people in my community and stay here and be able to live here. And it was the county that grew me. I grew so much because of the County of Santa Barbara as a person, in my understanding of people and trust and relationships and organizations and all the special stuff about this county that we love. I mean, most of you that know me know my roots go back deep in North County and South County, generations, and to have had the privilege to work here, it's been the greatest honor of my life. And because of the county, I was able to raise my daughters in the same county that my folks were raised in and my grandfolks and generations before. So thank you. I'm deeply, deeply grateful.
I have a question. You're going to be a teacher.
Yes.
So you're going to transmit those skills.
Yes.
We'll have more of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A31, would you read that into the record, Ms. Alexander?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item A31 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman, and it is a resolution of commendation honoring the District Attorney's Elder Abuse Outreach Team as the July 2017 Employees of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And if I can have Dayton Aldrich, Ruth Corona, Vicki Johnson, and Susan Lord come to the podium. Whereas Dayton Aldridge, Ruth Corona, Vicki Johnson, and Susan Lord have been selected to share the July 2017 Employee of the Month honors for their outstanding work as the District Attorney's Elder Abuse Outreach Team. And whereas the Elder Abuse Outreach Team is committed to providing support, education, and counseling to the senior citizen population of Santa Barbara County, as well as direction and guidance to the various law enforcement and social services agencies tasked with protecting the elderly in our community. And whereas outreach plays a tremendous part in our ability to prevent financial criminals from targeting our vulnerable seniors, and has been especially effective due to the extraordinary efforts of Dayton, Ruth, Vicki, and Susan, who work tirelessly to educate senior citizens, their families, and caregivers about these crimes. And whereas the members of the Elder Abuse Outreach Team consistently show passion, concern, and respect for Santa Barbara County's senior citizen population and demonstrates unwavering dedication and sound judgment in the performance of their duties while working closely with the court system, law enforcement, and other community providers to protect and serve our community's senior citizen population on a daily basis. And whereas Dayton, Ruth, Vicki, and Susan are all exemplary role models and their individual efforts make a deep, meaningful difference to Santa Barbara County's elders, their families, and the entire community. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors commends and recognizes Dayton Eldridge, Ruth Corona, Vicki Johnson, and Susan Lord of the District Attorney's Elder Abuse Outreach Team as the July 2017 County of Santa Barbara Employees of the Month for their exceptional contributions and outstanding service to the County of Santa Barbara, passed and adopted today.
Elder abuse seems like an inconceivable crime to most of us, yet your district attorney's office countywide has prosecuted far too many financial, physical, and even sexual elder abuse. More often than not, these horrific crimes are perpetrated by the ones the elder victims loved, trusted, and feared. This team behind me speaks for those vulnerable victims and does all they can to elevate our community's collective awareness and knowledge regarding elder abuse. They do this in order to put a stop to these horrific crimes. Beyond the educational component, this team also follows up on any alleged abuse and then does whatever they can to intervene on behalf of the victims. And finally, we prosecute abusers and hold them accountable for their criminal acts. I am in awe of the group's stamina, thoughtfulness, poise, work ethic, and compassion. And so it is for this reason I have nominated them as the July 2017 Santa Barbara County Employees of the Month, and I very much thank you for your support in this effort.
Okay, are there any items in addition to A23 which I, Supervisor Lavanino, and Supervisor Adam have pulled? No others? And are there any public?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we just have one request to speak, and that is also on A23.
Okay, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item A23 is co-sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution declaring the County of Santa Barbara will continue to support climate action to meet the Paris Agreement and directing the County Executive Officer to register the County of Santa Barbara as a signatory to the We Are Still In open letter to the international community and parties to the Paris Agreement from U.S. state and local governments, universities, and businesses.
Thank you, and Supervisor Williams and I both sponsored this resolution, and so I'll take the chair's prerogative and speak first on this. I urge the board to adopt the resolution declaring that Santa Barbara County is still in the Paris Climate Agreement. The Paris Agreement was signed by 195 nations. It's designed to keep the climate from rising above 1.5 degrees Celsius. President Trump withdrew the federal government, joining Syria and Somalia, both preoccupied by civil war, and Nicaragua, who said that the agreement didn't go far enough. Even North Korea has signed on. The U.S. is basically alone in this, but we are still in. In the absence of leadership from Washington, states, cities, counties, universities, and businesses, and investors representing a sizable percentage of the U.S. economy are still pursuing ambitious climate goals, working together to take forceful action and to ensure that the U.S. remains a global leader in reducing emissions. The We Are Still In signers all understand that the Paris Agreement is a blueprint for job creation, stability, and global prosperity, and that accelerating the United States' clean energy transition is an opportunity, not a liability. An opportunity to create jobs, spur innovation, promote trade, and ensure American competitiveness. By declaring that we are still in, the signatories are putting the best interests of their constituents, customers, students, and communities first, while assuring the rest of the world that the American leadership on climate change extends well beyond the federal government. And Supervisor, I think Supervisor Adam goes first because he had his request in first, then Lavanino, then Williams.
Okay. The problem with climate change or global warming or global cooling enthusiasts is that they are all absolutely certain of one thing, that being that all things knowable are known, specifically by them. Ronald Reagan once said, it's not that they're ignorant, it's just that they know so much that isn't true. The fact that we do not know how the weather in our atmosphere actually works well enough to tell you whether or how much it will rain next week should give everyone permission to be suspicious of those who tell us that it's getting colder or warmer or both. We should not act in reliance on theoretical statements, many of which are demonstrably proven to be inaccurate, false, or just plain wrong. Here are a few examples, and I culled this from a list of 18, which I will not belabor you with, but these are my 3 favorites. Stanford biologist Paul Ehrlich, in his 1969 essay titled Eco-Catastrophe, said, "Most of the people who are going to die in the greatest cataclysm in the history of man have already been born." He later predicted that between 1980 and 1989, over 4 billion people, including 65 million Americans, would die during what he called the Great Die-Off. Also, in 1970, Life magazine claimed the following: "Scientists have solid experimental and theoretical evidence to support the following predictions. In a decade," that's 1980, "urban dwellers will have to wear gas masks to survive air pollution, and by 1985, air pollution will have reduced the amount of sunlight reaching the earth by 1/2. I don't think any of that stuff happened. UC Davis ecologist Kenneth Watt warned of a pending ice age in a speech in 1970. "The world has been chilling sharply for about 20 years, he said. "If present trends continue, the world will be about 4 degrees colder for the global mean temperature in 1990, but 11 degrees colder in the year 2000. That is about twice what it would take to put us into an ice age." These prophets of doom were not simply wrong, they were spectacularly wrong, and they probably still are. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I kind of have a history on this board of not trying to get into a bunch of federal different issues, and I feel that this is something that the President made a decision. I'm not the President, and even though I like to be sometimes. But so I'm just going to abstain. I don't know enough about the Paris Climate Accord or the Kyoto Protocols. I got my hands full with what's going on here.
Supervisor Williams.
I think for the reasons that Supervisor Lavanino articulated, I normally shy away from taking any symbolic acts, but I think this goes beyond just symbolic acts. It is important when there is a vacuum of leadership on a certain subject at a federal or state level for local leaders to join in a chorus of voices. And this isn't just Santa Barbara County going off on its own. It's 125 cities, 9 states, 902 businesses, including 20 Fortune 500 companies that are signatories to the We Are Still In effort. And You know, I think that the county, as a large energy user, this is far more than a symbolic act, because in my mind, would be no logic to us signing this without taking efforts to reduce our own consumption of fossil fuels as a large employer and as a large energy consumer. I also think, want to point out the irony of the objection. Obviously, not all scientific predictions are correct. In fact, even such minds as Einstein and Oppenheimer missed some of the crucial points, but we're still using, and we're still living in an age that has been defined by what they discovered and what they determined. And the body of knowledge really is not, you could never say it is at the point of irrefutable truth, but it is at the point of such a large avalanche of evidence, everything from actual temperature measurements to measurements of carbon dioxide and methane and other GHGs in the atmosphere that indicate the level of issues that we have at hand. And I just want to remind people that climate change is not just a matter of problems for polar bears and for people living in Alaska. There are hundreds of millions of people on this globe, particularly in East Asia and in the eastern part of the United States, that live dangerously close to sea level. And when we are, as a nation, have been paralyzed by the question of where to settle 50,000 refugees in a nation of 380 million people, how difficult will it be for us to wrestle with the movement of hundreds of millions of people, and when have the production of hundreds of millions of refugees, first of all, ever existed on the globe, but when have even large movements of people like that happened without deepening poverty, economic exploitation, disease, war, sex slavery. This is a humanitarian disaster. And ironically, the reason why that prediction of air quality in 1970 did not become true that you cited was because the Clean Air Act was passed, and that cities and states all across this nation took steps because, Southern California was headed to the point where you would need a gas mask to go around Los Angeles, and it precisely did not happen because people took action, and we should take action to avert the worst of climate change.
And turning to public comment, and then we'll come back to Supervisor Adam.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we received an additional public comment slip for this item, but we are going to first go to Santa Maria for Andy Caldwell and then return to Santa Barbara for Linda Kropp.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. First of all, to claim that all those countries signed off on these accords is fraudulent. China is building coal plants like there's no tomorrow. And India and Pakistan have refused the controls that we would. But I want to read a quote. This is from one of the leaders in the UN IPCC. Quote, "We redistribute de facto the world's wealth by climate policy. One has to free oneself from the illusion that international climate policy is environmental policy. This has almost nothing to do with environmental policy anymore. The plan is to allow third world countries to emit as much carbon dioxide as they wish in order to get rich, as one has to burn coal, oil, or gas, while at the same time restricting emissions in advanced nations. This will, of course, choke. This will choke economic growth in developed countries, but they deserve that fate, unquote. That was a leader, Dr. Ottmar Endenhofer from the UNIPCC. The goal is to choke our economy. It's to redistribute wealth. There's studies that have just come out. One of them shows that all of the data in the last 100 plus years has been adjusted. They call it adjusted. Earlier part of the last century, they adjusted it to make it colder. In the second half, they adjusted it to make it hotter. Without the adjustments, there's been no change. Finally, another study by a couple of PhDs has blown the lid off of this whole argument because we base the greenhouse effect on the theory that there is a roof on the greenhouse. There is no roof. What they have discovered is that atmospheric pressure, not CO2 or other greenhouse gases, but atmospheric pressure, the changes therein are what determines the temperature, not just here, but on the moon and even on other planets. The science is not settled. You're all a bunch of lemmings rushing off the cliff in pursuit of something that you know little about. The fact of the matter is, again, China's building a coal plant every single week, and you're telling us that they signed off on the Paris Accord? It's preposterous.
Supervisor Adam.
I'm assuming I wasn't one of the lemmings,
right?
right?
I'm sorry. I forgot we had an added public comment, so I've come back too soon.
But that was nice of you. Thank you.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we're going to return to Santa Barbara for Linda Kropp.
I'm sure you'll get more than 3 minutes. Thank you and good morning. Linda Kropp, Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center, in support of this action. First of all, climate change is not hypothetical. It's been happening, and it's happening at an exacerbated rate. It's also not just supported by environmentalists. Even Exxon and other oil companies and industries support the Paris Agreement. As a county that contains hundreds of miles of coastline subject to sea level rise and thousands of acres subject to increased fire risk, a seafood industry subject to increased ocean acidification, I could go on and on and on, it definitely behooves us to take action and join this effort. And if Santa Barbara County can join with other counties, cities, and states, we can fill this federal gap of leadership. I was in Sacramento yesterday. I was testifying at the Natural Resources Committee, and they just passed an assembly resolution affirming support for the Paris Agreement, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Supervisor Adam.
I was just going to call for the question.
Oh, I think there are some other speakers first. Supervisor Wolf and then Supervisor Lavanino.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you and Supervisor Williams for bringing this resolution to the board. To me, it's really a no-brainer, and you know, part of the first part of the resolution talks about the County of Santa Barbara having a climate action plan. So our values in our county align perfectly with the Paris Climate Agreement. And, you know, it was an embarrassment, I will say, when our nation decided to pull out of that agreement. And I think this is a way for our county to show and state effectively. I wish we could do it more effectively, but this is definitely a positive step to state our disagreement with what our president has done, and to again reaffirm the importance of climate changes. And I'm in full support of this action.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, now, it's kind of like a false choice. If we don't sign on to this, are we repealing any of the rules or regulations that we have here in Santa Barbara County? We're doing our own thing. I don't even know who we're sending this to. It's a resolution to go to who? I mean, it makes us feel good. I get that. I guess that's why you're doing it. But the realization, I just want people to understand, it's not like if we're making a decision to sign on to this, we now protect the environment. We don't sign on to it, we're not protecting the environment. Nothing's going to change here in Santa Barbara County. We're not repealing anything, we're not adding anything. It's all the same. So I guess we'll have our vote.
Supervisor Wolf?
Yeah, I would just say that I agree with you, Supervisor Lavagnino. But to the extent that we are making a statement of our values, I think it's important. And that's why I'm supporting this.
I just have a few more things I have to say about this. On April 18th, the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere hit 410 parts per million as measured for the first time at the Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii. These GHG levels fluctuate seasonally, but it hit 400 parts per million in the spring of 2013. 350.org was designed to keep it below 350. Pre-fossil fuel levels stood at 280 parts per million. So the greenhouse gases are going up. As greenhouse gases go up, temperatures do too. The 10 hottest years we've had have occurred in all of measured history since 1998. The hottest year on record is 2016. It broke the record set in 2015, which itself broke a record set in 2014. This is a measurable empirical fact. People who first deny global warming then say, well, if it is occurring, these greenhouse gas emissions are not caused by human activity. But we know from the carbon isotopes, there's 3 different isotopes, and carbon-14 is the one that comes from buried plant material, that is fossil fuels. That ratio is increasing, so that tells us that the greenhouse gases come from burned fossil fuel, not from the trees, for example, that are burning today. Then the people their next line of defense is that even if the globe is warming and even if it is human caused, we shouldn't do anything because China and India are really the ones to blame. But according to research released recently at a UN climate meeting, China and India should easily exceed the targets that they set for themselves in the 2015 Paris Agreement. China's emissions of carbon dioxide appear to have peaked more than 10 years sooner than the government had predicted, and India is now expecting to obtain 40% of its electricity from non-fossil fuel sources by just 2022. Then the people who make these lines of argument say that, well, even if humans are responsible, it's just too expensive to address. But experts agree the longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be, both in humanitarian costs, as Supervisor Williams pointed out, and also in social costs. I see this even in my own district here in Santa Barbara. We're not too insignificant. We're part of the California economy, one of the 5th largest economy in the world. But at Goleta Beach, recently, USGS, UCSB, and other scientists have determined that the winter beach erosion along all of the Pacific coast, and especially along the south coast in California, is 76% above normal. This is way beyond historical extremes, and it's due to the severe 2015-16 storms. That is predicted from global warming, that the storms will be more severe and we're going to have that kind of trouble. In Isla Vista, bluff erosion, we track it back 5 feet, but then 20 feet cleaved off, way beyond anything we had predicted. The drought has killed trees throughout the county, and we have to add to our budget to cut those down. When I took my tour of the fire area with Sheriff Brown, he said my 2 predecessors occupied the office for 12 years. They had 1 major fire. Since he's been in office 10.5 years, he's seen 8 major fires. We can't shirk our responsibility, and if the federal government is going to do less, then we have to step up and do more. I can't help remember back to April 1988 when President Ronald Reagan pledged the United States to support an international effort to remove harmful substances from the atmosphere in order to protect the future quality of the global environment and for the health and well-being of all peoples of the world. That was the Montreal Protocol, and the substances didn't include carbon dioxide, but rather referenced chlorofluorocarbons. But this may have been the last moment at which an American president could pledge to protect the atmosphere and win unanimous approval from the Senate. I hope one day we could once again have bipartisan support to protect our climate, but I'm ready now to call the vote. We are still in. May I have a motion?
I'll move approval and thank Supervisor Bennett for bringing this movement to our attention.
Supervisor Wolf? Would you second?
I'll second.
And could we have a roll call vote?
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam? No. Mr. Lavanino?
Normally I would abstain, but after all this conversation, I will vote no.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. And now is the time. May I have a motion to approve the rest of the administrative agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And now it's time for public comment for matters not on today's agenda.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request for public comment today, and we're going to go to Santa Maria for Hans Deuce.
Thank you, Madam Chair, supervisors, staff. I'm Hans Deuce. I'm from Solvang. Today I'm speaking as a private citizen and an Eagle Scout. You might be able to get where I'm going with this. First of all, I'd like to recognize the heroic efforts of our first responders at the Whittier fire Saturday afternoon. Without those efforts, as has been stated before, there would have been a tragedy up in Tequapas Canyon. Having said that, Rancho Alegre, the Boy Scout ranch, also the home of the outdoor school, was in the target. There was no saving that ranch. There were a couple buildings, primarily the dining hall, kitchen, the nerve center of the ranch survived, but for the most part, all the dorms, the classrooms, or the buildings that were used as classrooms for outdoor school is gone. We need to rebuild this. Los Padres Council needs to rebuild this, one for their Boy Scout programs. The second is for the continuation of the outdoor school. I would like to see this happen as soon as possible. We have a unique opportunity this year for our 6th grade students from the Tri-County areas and beyond to see the effects of wildfire firsthand. They can also see what happens with the aftermath. They can see the new growth that will take place where the brush fields had covered for 7 decades since the Refugio fire. They're going to see new growth. They're going to see new habitats. I would ask you, the Board of Supervisors, your commission staffs, to do what you can to expedite the rebuild of Rancho Alegre so we can continue on with the outdoor school. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question about that. Who owns that? Do we know? Did we own that? All right. Well, we'll look into that, and I was curious about that before that public comment, so we'll dig into that. Thanks, Hans.
CEO Miyasada, that raises the question. I assume we'll have a damage report, and could you just briefly describe what once the fires are well contained and out, what's the process?
Chair Hartman and board members, so typically, as Mr. Lewin said, there's a bear team coming out to look at assessment of damage. Our own staff are going out, I believe, today and tomorrow and looking at damage. We can provide a report back to the board what that would be, and any next steps for any of our residents or our community members.
Thank you. Okay, why not a short break, and then we'll come back and tackle our departmental agenda. Board of Supervisors meeting of July 11th, 2017 here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. Turning to item number 1, Ms. Alexander, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item number 1 is from Public Health. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a revised ordinance to amend Chapter 7, Animals and Fowl of the Santa Barbara County Code. And we do have a request from the department to continue this item to September 19th, 2017.
So may I have a motion to, Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the department, and maybe to Ms. Miyasato, why is this scheduled for way out into September? I was looking at the calendar, and it looks like August 29th is a shorter meeting. And the reason I say that is because, you know, I think the issue at hand is really important for public safety purposes. And so that's just my question, why we can't bring it back sooner.
Ms. Topliff or Ms. Glick, maybe you can answer that question. I believe it's the time needed to do a fee study.
That's correct. We do have some further analysis that we would like to endeavor, so we set it out a little bit further to be sure we have enough time to do a full analysis.
On the fee? That's the analysis is on the fee?
Yes.
So let me just ask another question then. Why can't we do the ordinance and then have the fee part of it be incorporated later? Isn't that how we usually do it with an ordinance? Is there a reason why we have to incorporate the fee into this ordinance?
Yes. Ms. Topliff.
Chair Hartman, the County Council's recommendation was that we make this a standalone ordinance where the fees for adjudicating dogs and also going to hearing would be in the ordinance. That was a slightly different concept than the one that we initially expected. And so because of that, we felt like we needed this extra time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cazzoni, would you like to add anything to that?
Chair Hartman, Supervisors, working with the department, we had received a request from a supervisor to look at some additional options, and that going until the September 19th will give the board the ability to receive more options, one of which would be to potentially shift costs onto dog owners, another would be to enhance enforcement tools. One of those requires a fee study, and we thought that September 19th was a reasonable time to complete the fee study and bring that package back.
Supervisor Wolf and then Supervisor Adam. This is a follow-up, I assume.
So that's fine, I suppose, but I guess I would have preferred to have had the discussion and whatever, you know, respectfully to whoever, whatever the supervisor or whoever it was, it would have been nice, in my opinion, to have had a discussion in open session and know what all of this is about, and then we could have directed staff as appropriate to do that. It sounds like this was already decided, and I would have preferred that we could have discussed it in open session. I'm going to, you know, go along with this, but I think procedurally it just doesn't feel very good to me. Thank you.
Supervisor Adam.
Well, it sounds to me like staff is unsure about their recommendation, and they would like more time to develop their recommendation. What I really wanted to say was a retrograde back to our fire discussion, and I wanted to thank Ms. Glick for answering the phone at 9:30 at night, or a text from somebody she didn't even know who it was. So that was really nice of you. I had some constituents that were worried about animals, and she answered my question at 9:30 at night. And fantastic. Thank you very much.
And I'd just like to echo, I've heard wonderful things about the response of animal services in this emergency, and to be able to adapt short with all this going on, we really appreciate it. Supervisor Williams.
So Supervisor Wolf, my mea culpa, it's my fault. I brought up a couple.
It's actually no one's fault. It's really okay. I just didn't understand what the deal was.
There's a couple issues that our office brought up. One is, especially in light of the sort of the controversy over whether Lompoc can continue contracting with us, and just expenses in general. We brought up the question of whether fees from dog owners when a vicious dog hearing is held can be collected, meaning that we have some cost recovery in this process. And the question of what happens when there's an incident in a city, that's the first incident, and then an incident in the county. The problem that we pointed out is that we think, at least under the staff recommendation, if we had moved forward today, that an incident could have happened in a city and then the incident happening in the county, and we would still have to treat the second incident like it was the first incident, if under those circumstances. So those were the two of the issues that we raised that I think caused this to be delayed.
Supervisor Wolf and then Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you for that. Traditionally, it's just, I would have preferred that we had this discussion in open hearing, so I probably would have agreed with everything you just said. It's just surprising. That's all. But Ms. Glick, I also want to thank you and your staff. I mentioned it during the ex-agenda item. Appreciation to Animal Services for what you have done and your staff, and what Supervisor Adam mentioned, the fact that you were available after hours. I just want to also express my appreciation. And so anyway, let's just.
I'll make a motion that we move the continuance.
Okay. Let me just first ask, is there any public comment on this matter on the issue of the continuance?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak.
Okay, so Supervisor Lavanino has made a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's continued to September 19th. Would you read item number 2 into the record, Ms. Alexander?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider the appeal filed by Rancho La Laguna LLC and La Laguna Ranch Company LLC of the Planning Commission's May 31st, 2017 denial of the Rancho La Laguna track map and State Small Water System Project, case number 06 TRM2 TM 14709 and 16 CUP 30. Assessor's parcel number 133 080-026, 133-080-036, and a portion of 133-080-37, located at the intersection of Alisos Canyon and Foxen Canyon Roads, approximately 7.5 miles northeast of Los Alamos in the 3rd and 5th districts.
Thank you, and I believe we agreed at a previous board meeting that we would continue that to August 29th. Do we have any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item, and that's Susan Petrovich.
Okay, and that is on the continuance, not the substance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I would like to request, and we do support the continuance to August 29, and would request that you so move.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is continued. Item number 3.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Public Health. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a waiver of retirement exclusion for Nora Lewis, healthcare practitioner for the Primary Care and Family Health Division of the Public Health Department.
Ms. Topliff.
Good morning. The OBGYN practice in Santa Maria sees 11,500 patient visits per year. We're a very busy practice. We were certainly very sad when Nora Lewis retired in February. We've been actively recruiting for her replacement ever since. So if you know any nurse midwives who want employment, I can speak very highly of the employment opportunities at Santa Barbara County in public health. In the meantime, since it's only been 150 days since Nora Lewis retired and we need some vacation coverage for a 2-week period in July, we're asking for a waiver of the 180 days so that she can come back and help us out.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Supervisor Wolf?
If there's no public speakers, I'll move approval of this item.
Do we have any public speakers?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak.
Okay, we have a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
And item number 4.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from Public Health. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an ordinance amending the animal services fee schedule.
And Ms. Glick?
Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Public Health is here this morning to recommend a fee change for just a single fee that is in our fee schedule, which contains approximately 200 separate fees. This is related to the cost for administering a rabies vaccination on an owned animal, and it is related to our rabies mandate. We are mandated to have a rabies control program in the county, and the county animal services operates that with twice weekly rabies clinics at our Santa Maria shelter and periodic public rabies clinics throughout the county. So the state of California has recommended an increase from $6 to $10 for the at-cost rabies clinics, which are part of the mandate. And our recommendation is that the county match the state's recommended fee. Our fiscal analysis for this, our estimated increase in revenue would be approximately $8,000 annually. While it's a small amount, nobody wants to leave money on the table. So we do feel this is a recommendation we would like you to consider. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Do any board members have questions? How many dogs do we vaccinate with rabies each year about? That is through animal services?
Through our clinics. I
guess
I'm going to really ballpark this and say 3,000 to 4,000. And I could definitely research that and give you an exact number.
Just curious. And the state sets the limit for as high as we can go. So we're just trying to go to that limit, although it doesn't give us full cost recovery. Is that correct?
That is correct. And by bringing this forward at this time, we're taking the first step. In order for us to bring forward a higher fee, we would need a fee analysis. And our plan is to do a fee analysis on our entire fee schedule and most likely bring that to you sometime during this fiscal year.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, do we have any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, may I have a motion? Staff's recommendation?
Second.
Supervisor Williams, did you have any further? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from Community Services. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding public comments received and funding recommendations on the draft fiscal year 2017-2018 action plan and the draft fiscal year 2014-2015, fiscal year 2015-2016, and fiscal year 2016-2017 action plan substantial amendments.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Chapshin. Will you introduce your team?
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'd like to introduce Dinah Lockhart, who's our Housing and Community Development Deputy Director, and Lori Baker, who's in charge of our CDBG and home programs. And I'd like to turn it over to Lori to do the presentation.
Thank you. Normally we come to you in about April, but this year, due to the late congressional approval of the 2017 federal funding spending bill, the federal allocations were not announced until June 14th, and they are usually announced in February. So as George mentioned, we are here today to present for your consideration the draft 2017-18 action plan and prior year's action plan amendments. The plans include funding recommendations for federal community development block grant funds which are allocated to the county by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The action plan is due to HUD no later than August 16th. The action plan and amendments were made available to the public for an initial 30-day public comment period, followed by another 14-day public comment period, which concludes today at the end of the public hearing for this item. The Community Services Department did not receive any public comments prior to today, and the plans will be revised today after we get direction from the board today, and to add any public comments that might be provided today. The county and its partner cities receive an annual allocation of funds from HUD to administer programs under the Federal Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, and the Home Investments Partnership Program, or HOME. The county is the lead entity of the HOME Consortium and the CDBG Urban County Partnership, and is responsible to HUD for the administration of the federal funds. The CDBG allocation this year is just over $1 million, which is about $1,000 less than last year. This chart shows how CDBG funds are distributed to the partner cities. The middle columns highlighted in blue show this year's distribution to the county and the cities. 20% of the allocation is used by the county to cover administration costs, and up to 15% may be used for public services programs. The cities may identify projects in their own communities. Otherwise, their funds are pooled with the counties and distributed through the annual grant process.
Ms. Baker, may I interrupt? Is the percentage then for cities on population, or how is that percentage determined?
Supervisor Hartman, there's a number of factors, but population is included. Low income and some housing statistics are included.
Okay, thank you.
This year, just the city of Carpinteria did identify a program for its public services funds. The prior year funds column shows a $668,000 available from program income and unexpended funds from prior years. The remaining funds, on average, the county collects approximately $100,000 in program income, and those are repayments from an old homeowner rehab loan program we had some years ago. The remaining funds are from unallocated or unexpended funds from prior years. So the total amount of CDBG available is about $1.7 million. The home allocation for 2017-18 is just over $408,000. This is about $2,000 less than last year. This chart shows how home funds are distributed to the partner cities. 10% of the home allocation is used by the county to cover administration costs.
Ms. Baker, I'd like to interrupt again.
Sure.
Supervisor Wolf has a question.
If you could just go back to the other slide. So we have $668,000 that wasn't spent in the past, even so it had been allocated but not spent by agencies. Is that what I heard?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, it may have been unallocated or unexpended. We don't necessarily, and you'll see today that after we show the recommended projects for this year, there will be a balance left over. So we don't necessarily, unlike public services, we don't necessarily expend every dollar, and it has to do with project feasibility. And it's okay with HUD that we leave a little on the table to use next year.
It's just that's a lot. Over $600,000.
Yeah.
So
it's from three years. Yeah,
it's from 3 years.
Yeah. Some projects come under budget. Yeah, projects come under budget as well.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're on the next slide. Again, the cities may choose to use their share of funds for programs such as tenant-based rental assistance, or they may pool the funds toward housing, to use toward housing projects. Under the home program, we do accept housing projects applications on a year-round basis, and we'll return to the board as needed as funding requests are received. In addition to this year's allocation of home funds shown on the slide, HCD does collect approximately $350,000 annually in loan repayments. So a NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, was issued in November 2016 to solicit CDBG applications for the 2017-18 program year. As shown on this slide, the total request for funds exceeded the amount available. 18 applications were received for public services programs, requesting over $558,000. 11 applications were received for capital projects and assistance to micro enterprise businesses, requesting over $2.7 million. HCD staff reviewed the applications for eligibility, capacity, and other considerations, then were forwarded to review committees. Applications for public services grants were forwarded to the Human Services Commission's Allocations Committee, which made the funding recommendations for your consideration today. HCD staff made recommendations for capital and economic development projects based on a number of factors, including project feasibility and readiness, and forwarded its recommendations to the county's Capital Loan Committee. The committee is comprised of lenders, housing developers, the county's auditor's office, and the county's treasurer's office. The committee may concur with staff recommendations or recommend an alternate funding scenario. The HSC Allocations Committee convened on February 3rd to make funding recommendations for public services program. We have in the audience today Commissioner Susie Cawthon, should there be any questions about the committee process. This table shows the public services programs that the committee recommended for funding, and a full list of the applications is included in your packet. This is a map of the public services program locations. Note that the locations denoted on the map are the entity's office locations. The organization's service areas are included in the list of applications in your board packet. It's also important to note that the cities of Santa Barbara, Goleta, Santa Maria, and Lompoc each receive a direct allocation of CDBG from HUD, which brings an additional $2.8 million of CDBG into their respective communities. The Capital Loan Committee met on February 11th to make funding recommendations for capital and other projects. And I believe we have Skip Szymanski in attendance, or he's on his way, should there be any questions regarding the committee process. This slide shows the project recommended by the committee. And again, a full list of the applicants is included in your board packet. This is a map of the capital and other projects. And again, the board actions recommended today are for the board to consider public comments and to make final funding approvals, and to direct staff to submit the action plan and amendments to HUD. This ends the staff report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
I see no lights on up here. Do we have any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request to speak, and that's Idalia Gomez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Idalia Gomez, and I'm Program Director at Santa Barbara Rape Crisis Center. And on behalf of SBRCC, I would like to thank the Human Services Commission for the time and effort they spent reviewing grant applications and formulating CDBG grant recommendations. We would also like to thank the counties of Santa Barbara staff for the support that they provide grant applicants every year. And we are very grateful for the recommendation of funding for sexual assault counseling and education in Isla Vista. The program will target those individuals who are not connected to the university, such as Santa Barbara City College students, monolingual Spanish-speaking community members, and low-income families. It will provide support services to sexual assault survivors and their significant others. The program will also provide rape prevention education that explore ways in which to support those who have been victimized and combat the harmful myths that contribute to a culture that tolerates sexual violence. This program was partly funded by the county in 2016 through CDBG funds. Due to this program, SBRCC has been successful at reaching hundreds of residents in Isla Vista. We have participated in Isla Vista community events and strengthened the relationship with other service providers in that community. These collaborations have increased in-service trainings to professionals, they have increased accessibility of services to Isla Vista residents, and created a greater number of referrals. Please help us reach our program goals by recommending funding for this program. Thank you.
Supervisor, no other public speakers, Ms. Alexander. So Supervisor Wolf.
Well, I'm prepared to support the recommendation, and I also wanted to make a note to the women of the Rape Crisis Center. Your organization deserves this funds, and it's been incredible working with you since some of the public hearings on sexual assault at UCSB, and we want you to expand that kind of work.
And I'd just like to echo that. So would you like to make a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 6.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from Community Services. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a consumer price index adjustment of the fiscal year 2017-2018 library special tax rate for county service area number 3, Greater Goleta, in the 2nd and 3rd district.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Hartman and members of the board, I will introduce our CEO, Ryder Bailey, and his assistant, Dylan Taggoots.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'll correct my director real quickly. I'm the CFO, not CEO. But I appreciate the promotion.
He's been pushing for that promotion.
Today you'll be receiving a presentation on the CSA 3 Measure L special tax levy for fiscal year 2017-18. The Community Service Department annually coordinates changes to the special tax levy for the CSA Measure 3, CSA 3 Measure L. For fiscal year 2017-18, with the adoption of this resolution, parcels within CSA 3 will be increased by 1.9%. This is the Los Angeles CPI for the calendar year 2016 per the resolution. This increase is approximately $3,500 over the previous year for a total annual assessment of $180,500. Staff's recommendations are as follows, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have on CSA 3 Measure L.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any public speakers?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move this item.
Second.
I'll second, and just note that other communities may want to make the same kind of investment that people in the Goleta Valley have done in their libraries, because it may be one of the only ways to keep services going in the way that they should be in the long run.
And what is involved in doing that?
It was an election by the voters to pass this parcel tax.
And how do you define the geographic area?
At the time, Madam Chair, there was not a city of Goleta, and you know, because I wasn't involved in the development of Measure L, I couldn't speak to that, but it was a different situation than it is right now.
Right. So I hope the Library Advisory Committee that Supervisor Williams chairs will be looking into this, as well as the report that our consultants are doing under Mr. Chapshin's oversight.
Well, and it has been a definite benefit to the citizens of the Goleta Valley and the city of Goleta. You know, I think we saw from some of our actions in the previous months, there is a great support in the valley for our library, and at the time that this was passed, there was overwhelming support. So I agree with Supervisor Williams that other communities I think they will likely be looking at this as an enhancement.
Thank you. So I think we have a motion and a second, and so all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Number 7.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from Community Services. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 2017-2018 special tax levy for the County of Santa Barbara Community Facilities District number 2002-1 Orchid Community Plan, and for the County of Santa Barbara Community Facilities District number 2004-1 Providence Landing.
Ryder.
Good morning again, Madam Chair and members of the board. Now you'll be receiving a presentation on Orchid and Providence Landing Community Facilities Districts for fiscal year 2017-18. The Community Services Department annually coordinates changes for the special tax levy for Orchid and Providence Landing Community Facilities Districts. For Orchid Community Facilities District, with the adoption of this resolution, parcels within the CFD will be increased by 2%. Per the CFD's original resolution, the CPI is annually adjusted by Los Angeles CPI, or 2%, whichever is greater. In this case, 2% is used. For Providence Landing Community Facilities District, with the adoption of this resolution, parcels will remain at taxes will remain at $672 per parcel. This is the same assessment as the previous year. Providence Landing currently has a balanced budget and adequate fund balance. As such, there is no need to increase the levy at this time. Staff recommendations are as follows, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Seeing no lights, do we have public comment?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay. Motion? Supervisor Adam, I'm sorry.
I'll move staff recommendations.
And I'll second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 8.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 8 is from Community Services. It is a hearing to consider the introduction of an ordinance that supersedes and replaces ordinance number 4868 and provides for the contribution of revenues from the County of Santa Barbara Community Services Department adopted budget to supplement the County of Santa Barbara Community Facilities District number 2002-1 Orchid Community Plan for the maintenance of parks, parkways, and open space in the 4th District.
Okay. Chair Hartman and members of the board, I'm going to introduce Brian Yanez, our Deputy Director of Parks, who will present this item.
Thank you, Mr. Yanez.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. As you heard, we just discussed the CFDs that Ryder Beatty discussed. This is part of that. That CFD was approved in 2002 by the Board of Supervisors. In November 2013, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance 4868 to allow the contribution of general fund revenues from Community Services Department for the payment of costs for maintenance of parks in the Orchid Community Plan. The ordinance 4868, however, limits our contribution to $100,000. And due to the recent developer no longer obligated to maintain Orchid Park, this amount of $100,000 did increase. Therefore, we have to come and ask the board to take the following actions to change ordinance 4868 with the new ordinance. So board actions today is approve the introduction first reading of the ordinance, which will supersede ordinance number 4868 and authorizes the use of county funds necessary to supplement the County of Santa Barbara Community Facilities District Orchid Community Plan for the maintenance of parks. Read the title and waive further reading of the ordinance and set a hearing for July 18, 2017 on administrative agenda to consider adoption. Second reading of the ordinance. So the new ordinance, again, will increase the allowable contribution from $100,000 to $250,000 not to exceed. And this under the Government Code Section 53314.8 with board approval. Other sources of funding, such as county general fund, may be used for park and open space maintenance within the CFD. So this slide shows a breakdown of our the distribution of money. Parks gets approximately 15%. We are currently assessing 718 parcels, which include residential and commercial. Next slide. The next two slides is the cost of our maintenance cost and the funding. 52,000. Oh, go back to 52,000 is from salaries and benefits. 79,000 is services supplies, which includes the 60,000 that we're now using to contract maintenance at that park and utilities, with a total cost of $195,200. And it is funded through the CFD, which we received the $54,200. Our general fund contribution now kicks up to $141,000, with again total cost $195,200. 2016, 2017, our contribution was $80,800, and adding the $60,000 kicks us up to $141,000. So the new ordinance will allow us to continue to maintain the park at a cost exceeding that $100,000 that the old ordinance did not allow us to exceed. Any questions?
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, so basically we're just raising the amount to 250, but did you consider a provision in there like the other CFD where there would be an annual increase for the cost of living not to exceed 2%, so that this doesn't have to continue to come back to us?
We increased it to 250,000, thinking that we won't get to that point where we have to come back. As right now, we're currently assessing 718 parcels. In the planning permitting process, there's approximately 770 units that will also be assessed. So as development continues, we will then also gain more revenue to maintain that facility.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
I remember this came up during the budget talks, and I was persuaded that this is important, but I just want to understand what kind of precedent or the bigger context here. When the development is built out to 770, how much of the cost will that cover?
First, Madam Chair, first of all, the Orchid Community Plan calls for 2,970 units. And right now, what's in the permitting process from Planning Department is 770 units. Okay. Those are assessed at approximately, right, can you remember that? 642 per parcels.
So when it reaches full build out, will our obligations from the general fund go down?
Yes, as we continue to build out, we will then get more CFD money that will be allocated. Right now, the equation for parks is approximately 15%. We would then take that and use that for those facilities.
Okay. Motion?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Wolf.
You know, one question I have when this, I think you made the statement, and we heard before, that the developer no longer pays for maintenance. It just seems odd to me that in the development agreement that something like that was put into the agreement, because what were people thinking then was going to happen after that period of time? Do you know the answer to that? Maybe I should be asking planning and development.
There was an agreement where he maintained the facility for approximately 4 years, and then he maintained it on his own for additional 5 years. Period.
Okay, but there was nothing in the agreement that said what would happen after the 4 years.
Not to my recollection. Okay. I don't know. George.
Supervisor Lavanino and then Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the idea was that they were going to build it out quicker than what actually happened. So, yeah, so we're still 9 years and we're only a couple hundred units in, as opposed to the 2,500 units we still have to go. I just wanted to, I had a chance to go out there this weekend, and by the way, the park's in beautiful shape. It looks great. No, this was, I hiked. I used our trails. Yeah. But
I thought you've never gone backpacking before.
That was not a backpack. We may want to take a look at where the barbecue pits are in that, because it was a red fire day. We had 2 fires going, and I have a picture. I don't have my phone with me, but they are strategically placed very close to some brush that, if that area caught on fire, would just be nonstop right into the neighborhood. So
we'll get on that right away.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever stop them from using them on a red Flag Day, but I had a picture of the brush, and the fire was very close to it, and the smoke's going right into the thing, so I'd be a little careful.
Supervisor Adam.
Well, first of all, let's have Chief Peterson recite those things so they're where he likes them. What was I going to say? Oh, well, I think that the developer was under the impression that the county was going to be taking responsibility for that park as soon as his obligations were terminated. And I think it was a surprise to them that the county didn't have the money to do that at the time. And, you know, they made accommodations for 5 years, but, you know, all good things come to an end. And you can only shirk your responsibility for so long. And so, you know, it's time for us to take care of our end of the deal. So with that, I will move, did we go to public comment yet?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, well then I will move staff recommendations.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 9 is from Human Resources. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a proposed ordinance and resolution providing the modification of office hours for a family-friendly winter break schedule.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Gentles.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to present the purpose and tenets of the winter closure proposal to you today. This proposal, if adopted, would authorize a closure of non-safety offices to the maximum degree possible during December 26th to December 29th. The closure will not impact essential services such as sheriff, fire, or the health clinics. The proposal will put us amongst the ranks of surrounding public agencies that have similar policies. One example is the City of Santa Barbara. During the time period mentioned, employees will be encouraged to use accrued leave other than sick leave. However, employees will also be given the option to take unpaid leave or to work. Employees, however, who choose to work may be assigned to an alternate work assignment, or relevant training may be provided, something to fill the gap. The 3 main goals of the proposal are to, 1, facilitate a family-friendly schedule while schools are out. Many employees want time off. Time is a currency. It's a coveted commodity that we never have enough of. During times of furlough, employees, although they did not like the reduction in pay, they actually stated that they enjoyed the time off. Because everyone was off at the same time, they felt less stress because they weren't coming back to the proverbial overflowing in basket. Goal number 2 is to enhance productivity by concentrating time off during a low productivity period. Numerous studies show that people simply spend less time working during the holidays. In a study by the Institute for Corporate Productivity, 62% of organizations surveyed experienced a big dip in workplace productivity during the holidays. And in another study, about half of employees admit to online holiday shopping while at the office. Goal number 3 is to enhance our recruitment and retention efforts by establishing a reputation of flexibility and work-life balance. We say we want to attract millennials. Our work environment, job design, and mental blocks about what the organization should be will need to change. This policy, I believe, is a step in the right direction. Last year, and continuing into this year, we launched a number of programs and initiatives to foster and support a happy, healthy, and productive workplace. Some programs, such as the Wellvolution, emphasized health and wellness, including physical and financial wellness. Our new employee assistance programs support mental and psychological well-being and helps employees effectively manage daily stressors such as child, pet, elder care issues, depression, interpersonal conflict, etc. Other policy changes were family-friendly, such as our child bonding time that approved a change in the county family and medical care leave policy to provide married couples the same amount of bonding time as unmarried couples. And we've introduced a myriad of training programs and a training philosophy that focuses on and encourages employee empowerment and mindfulness. This winter closure concept materialized as a work-life balance and family-friendly initiative. And it was developed only after consultation with all county department heads and all labor groups. This proposal is important for a number of personal, professional, strategic, and organizational reasons. Last year, over 80,000 hours of vacation were coded during December 19 through January 1. This is the equivalent of over 1,000 employees, or 25% of our employee base, taking time off. Those employees that were left behind because they couldn't or they felt that they couldn't take vacation were most likely very distracted if the previous study that I cited holds true. We've heard others say, and you may have said yourselves, that taking vacation is stressful because we know that when we come back to a boatload of work. As a result, many simply don't take the generous vacation time that we allot to them as a county. And there is a business cost to this behavior. We pay in diminished productivity, engagement, creativity, as well as increased and growing burnout and financial liability due to large vacation balances. On average, the balance of vacation and holiday hours across all county employees is about 4.4 weeks of paid leave. Managers hold an even larger balance. And some people boast, or humble brag is a new term that I just learned today, that they are too busy to take vacation, or they say it is simply not worth it because it's more stressful upon their return, or that the environment does not encourage and allow it. And this is not healthy, as you know. Not taking time off hurts employees and hurts the organization. Sean Aker, the best-selling author of The Happiness Advantage and founder of the consulting firm GoodThink, wrote in a Harvard Business Review about how people take time off excel at work. Research from Aker and the U.S. Travel Association's Project Time Off initiative has revealed that Americans are using less vacation time today compared to any point in the last 40 years. So this year, and for at least the next 5 years, our employees at the county will be challenged to engage and contribute differently as we work to rebalance the organization and make it resilient. This will require renewed energy and focus. Studies have shown that when employees take time off, they perform better. In his book, The Happiness Advantage, Aker mentions research that found when the brain can think positively, productivity improves by 31%. And after decades of research on the topic, Aker concludes that the greatest competitive advantage in the modern economy is a positive and engaged brain. But to truly be engaged, your brain needs a break. So this proposal aligns with the work that we've been doing and continue to do to foster happy, healthy, and productive employees. It's an investment that is bound to reap positive benefits with zero cost, other than time, which is priceless. This is not a furlough, and it is not being driven by financial necessity, although it will have some financial benefit. But rather, it is an attestation of our commitment to our employees' health, welfare, morale, and productivity. The current code allows reduced hours when financially necessary, and the proposed ordinance that's before you amends the county code to allow the board to reduce office hours whenever deemed to be in the best interest of the county. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
I don't see a single light up here. Are there any public comments?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Supervisor Adam?
Well, all I'm going to say is, you know, many other employees at other jobs would like to have the same thing. And, you know, the fact is the public doesn't have this type of a thing. And, you know, the end of the calendar year is often crunch time for businesses. And I think we need to stay open for business. You know, and if you guys want people to get mad at giving county employees a benefit that the public doesn't enjoy at the same time as you tell them to hurry up and wait for their services, you know, go ahead. No, I won't be supporting it.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I want to say that it is, I think this is a good effort. We do have room for improvement for morale in a couple departments. And, you know, I think the plague of this age for people who are not in states of tragedy is busyness. We're assaulted by it every day, and that busyness does not make the most productive workers. So efforts to make moments where those people have a real break, I think, is commendable, and especially under these circumstances where we're not paying more for it.
Supervisor Lavanino?
So it is unpaid to start with.
Well, they use their accrued time, so they use time
Right.
that they have earned already, yes.
Okay.
So there is no
So,
additional
so
cost.
the end game for the county is also, on the financial side, is that we are reducing one of our liabilities, which is unpaid vacation, which we're carrying.
Absolutely. I think that's a side benefit
Right.
to this.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
it's a side benefit to this.
All right.
Yeah, I would just amend my comment to say, actually, this is a savings because cashing out vacation is an expense, and it's much better for us to have people take their vacation time than to cash out vacation time, because cashing out vacation time is essentially us keeping burnt out employees and then paying them for their vacation time that they never used. I would say that that's not in our long-term interest, whereas having employees take an occasional break is.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jennels, for your presentation. If there's no other comments, I'd like to move this item.
I'll second it.
And I just wanted to add, thank you very much for considering these creative ways forward that we can make a happier, healthy workplace without having to spend a lot of county money to do it in this instance, and saving money besides. So appreciate your creative, out-of-the-box thinking.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we have one opposed. Motion passes. I'd like to get a sense of the board. We're going to have a long item with number 10. I think people believe it's going to come after lunch. Could we take an early lunch and then come back and take up item 10?
Does that mean we can do closed session during that time?
Yes, we'll do closed session during lunch. And is that Supervisor Wolf?
Yeah, no, I think that's fine, and maybe just so the public knows when we'll be back, like 1
Yeah, we'll
o'clock.
have Mr. Gazzoni talk about closed session. What are we doing today in closed session?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, today the board has a short closed session agenda. You have 2 items agendized. The first is conference with legal counsel, 1 case of significant exposure to litigation, and then followed by conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. We estimate time for closed session is between 30 and 45 minutes.
Okay, so we, Supervisor Wolf?
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we resume at 1 o'clock.
Yes, I was just going to propose that. And so we will be back at 1 for item number 10. Good afternoon. We're reconvening the July 11th, 2017 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in Santa Barbara. And Mr. Gazzoni, would you report out from the closed session?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board was agendized to consider two items. First, conference with legal counsel, one case of significant exposure to litigation, and second, conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations where all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives, there are no reportable actions.
Thank you. So we're turning to the final item on today's agenda. Would you read that into the record, Ms. Alexander?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 10 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a status report on the ad hoc subcommittee on cannabis activities.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, you had your light on? Okay. Mr. Bozanich?
Chair Hartman, I believe members of the subcommittee, Supervisors Lavignino and Williams, would like to perhaps start off with some comments as preface to this presentation.
I see his light was on for a reason. Supervisor Lavignino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's because Dennis knows that I'm going to thank him, so he wants me to go first. So, but I think it's really important to realize, I saw in the notes here that we've already met 10 times. And this is a super complex, very difficult situation to deal with. So I just really want to thank, first off, Dennis from the CEO's office, some people that I really didn't know very well that I'm getting to know a lot better, Dan Clemon, Mindy Fogg, and Jessica Metzger from Planning and Development, also Johanna Hartley and Ashley Flood from County Counsel's office, Dr. Charity Dean, our Public Health Officer, Dr. Gleghorn, Kathy Fisher, Steve Mason, Dr. Russell, Brian Olmstead, Larry Fay. As you can tell, this is a collaboration. This is a lot of people coming together trying to do something. And I also really want to thank Supervisor Williams and his staff. It's been a tremendous effort, and we basically have one goal, and that's to get this right. It is not going to be easy. For starters, one of the things that we've come across is that the state of California still is in the process of tweaking the law and issuing changes as we're in the middle of what we're doing, which makes it very difficult. Secondly, I think this would be a lot easier if we were starting from scratch, but as I think our registry has shown us that we currently, at least our registry showed us, and I think it's probably undercounting, but that we have over 200 existing operations right now in our county. At the same time, what we've learned from our two standing room only open forums, public forums, is that we have neighbors that are very concerned, and they deserve to be protected, and they deserve to be heard as well. Basically, two things I would like the public to take away from this today is, one, is that the status quo of what we have right now has not been working in this county. Our law enforcement feels like they're hamstrung. We have a lot of ambiguity in the existing law. And I think our planning and development department would also tell you that our toolkit for dealing with land use violations in the cannabis industry, they're ill-equipped to deal with a lot of the violators. So the other thing I would like for you to understand at this hearing is that we are in the infancy stage still of moving this through our ad hoc subcommittee. We're still in the fact-finding and data collection mode. We're closely watching what other counties are doing. And the staff that I introduced to you beforehand, I am very confident that they are going to get us to a place where we have an ordinance that mirrors state law as much as we can, that moves us from this gray area that is frustrating to both sides, and moves us into a system that's well-defined, enforceable, and manageable. And with that, I'll kick it over to DOS. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think that, first of all, I want to echo Steve's comments about really how helpful, prepared, and diligent staff have been from various departments, and how it's, especially when wrestling with this tough of an issue, it's been great to be dealing with Corey and Steve, who are really willing to dig in real deep on this to figure out what route we can do, because I think for all of the reasons that we've seen, the ban regime that we're working under right now isn't working for people. It's not working for residents and neighbors, because there's really no way to put anti-nuisance requirements on something that's banned, and it's not working for the growers either, because there's a lack of security in the idea that they can continue operations. And of course, when we want them to invest in very expensive odor control or other things to reduce nuisances, sort of the knowledge that you might be able to continue business is pretty important to purchase the kind of capital that would make sure that operation would function within the confines of what we might think of as beneficial to the community, or at least a good neighbor for the community. And so the weird counterintuitive thing is to tell people that that if you want more enforcement on marijuana, then that means we actually have to permit marijuana, which is a really weird and counterintuitive idea. But it's just a simple financial fact that because it is so gray for law enforcement, this is not necessarily a great, that is no longer a great avenue of enforcing. It means when we permit something, we can require compliance with the permit conditions and enforce that compliance with revenue out of a permit. When we don't permit things, then we're basically reduced to zoning enforcement. It's the legal equivalent of a lot of garages that are either illegal garages or garages that were not to the specifications of what is now legal and are non-conforming. And it's really weird for people to put their head around that. So some of these activities are illegal, but they're illegal in the same way that an illegal garage is, right? And so we don't have the same tools that we used to. And so essentially what we are trying to do is creating a permit structure that will set a high bar, allow growers that can meet that high bar and take this industry and make it into a reputable way of life, a path for them to meet that high bar, and for those that choose not to try to meet that high bar, have a means of enforcement to ensure that there are not nuisances, or at least that nuisances are minimized for the community. That's really what we've been trying to set out to accomplish. It is difficult considering how the layers of legalization have taken place, and that it's taken place at the ballot box and not through any kind of legislative process. So sometimes it feels like cleaning up the mess of what the voters decided to pass. But we're trying to do so in a way that will be beneficial to the community, or at least can reduce harm, potential harm to the community. And the stakes are really high, particularly for the community I live in, Carpinteria. The stakes are really high because, you know, ag is having a hard time surviving there. There's stakes are high for agriculture. Stakes are high for neighbors. I'm I'm one of those neighbors. So we want to get this right, and we're doing our best to do that, and we need your help and input to do it right. And with that, I just want to turn it over to Dennis.
Supervisor Wolf had a question first.
No, that's okay. I'll save my comments till after.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, with me today, as previously noted, is Lieutenant Brian Olmstead from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department, Dan Klenman from the Planning and Development Department, Kathy Fisher, the Director of an Agricultural Commissioner for the county, as well as Dr. Charity Dean from Public Health. And they will be co-presenting this update on the ad hoc subcommittee on cannabis operations or activities. The board, I just want to make mention, we did circulate a revised set of PowerPoint slides earlier today. For members of the public that are in the room here today, there are copies of the amended slide deck as will be presented this afternoon. And then for members of the public, that amended slide deck is available with the other agenda items at countyofsb.org. So we're going to move through the material here fairly quickly. We have a number of slides, but we really want to leave adequate time for for board questions and public comment on this update. So we'll move as quickly as we can and then open it up. So just a little bit of update. We were last before you in February with an update about what changed as a result of Prop 64 and with regards to cannabis. Since February, some additional pieces of legislation have occurred at the state level, and primarily I'm going to focus on Senate Bill 94, which was one of the budget trailer bills passed by the legislature in the middle of June and later signed by the governor toward the end of June. It really establishes a single system of administration at the state level for both medical and recreational cannabis licensing activities. As Supervisor Williams just mentioned, the medical cannabis regulations had largely been developed by the legislative process. The recreational cannabis licensing structure was different as voted upon and approved by the voters in Prop 64. And so Senate Bill 94 helps to align the two sets of state statutes so that they conform to one another. Some of the significant changes to state law are designed to improve public safety, regulate the tax compliance system as established by the state, to establish some standards for testing as well as packaging of cannabis products, and to establish the collection of data relating to driving under the influence. And this has been one of the key concerns for many in the public safety field as well as for our residents. I'll also note that federal law remains unchanged with Attorney General Sessions having made many historic comments about his concerns about cannabis, but with no definitive action put into motion by the current administration in Washington, D.C. In terms of the work of the ad hoc subcommittee, we have met 10 times since March, since you established us, since the subcommittee was established. Staff has met with that subcommittee 10 times since March. There's a number of department staff introduced quite correctly by Supervisor Lavanino. We also did conduct 2 town hall meetings to meet with residents as well as members from the industry about the impacts of cannabis in their community. And really asking the question, what are their suggestions? What's their input into the process? And that was really the primary question. Extensive notes were taken, and for the benefit and the use of the staff and the subcommittee as we go forward. We've also worked to establish 5 working groups to expedite the work. You'll recall that in the establishment of the subcommittee, there was a fairly limited time, there was a time limit indicated that probably about 6 months worth of work was what we probably could have in terms of the subcommittee itself, the appointed members of your board. And so to continue that work, one of the things that we did is to kind of begin to divide ourselves up. And those committees really focusing around land use and development code amendments is being led and facilitated by Dan Clemman from Planning. I've been asked to facilitate the work of a business licensing working group. There's a tax measure working group that Supervisor Lavignino has indicated that he would like to facilitate. A health impacts working group, which you'll hear some more about a little later on, is being chaired and facilitated by Dr. Charity Dean with an enormous amount of cooperation from Dr. Gleghorn and from Behavioral Wellness. And then an enforcement planning group that is being led by Lieutenant Olmsted, and he'll be mentioning a little bit more about that in a moment, about the work of looking at enforcement, both illegal criminal kinds of enforcement, and then we'll also be working with P&D and Steve Mason and his team to look at planning and zoning kinds of enforcement as well. And we're going to be providing more information about the work of these groups and what they anticipate to be their work a little bit later in this presentation. A lot of interest in the cannabis registry that your board established by ordinance back in April. It did close, as was stated in the ordinance that your board approved. It closed on June 30th. And just to recall, the purpose of that registry was to collect data on past, present, and future operations, and to use it primarily as information to inform both the economic as well as the environmental analysis being conducted by consultants, and will be reported back to your board later in the process. Just some...
Supervisor Wolf wanted to ask you something.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, Mr. Bozanich, on the EIR that we recently looked at, one of the things that is now concerning to me is that they were looking at a baseline of current cultivators and future as the baseline. And so when I see the number 506 future, and then I think I saw in an article that you or someone has to basically verify that or verifying the current. My question is that if the EIR is going to be looking at current and future as a baseline, how do we know that these numbers are accurate? And will the EIR consultant go out and look at all of these? Is it our staff's responsibility?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisor Wolf. To clarify, so the registry served a number of different purposes. Only part of the reason why we developed the registry was to inform the EIR process. It also informs the licensing, taxation, options that will be presented to your board and then ultimately to the voters. The registry does inform the environmental review to the extent that it's one more piece of information from those who are actually operating and who intend to operate in the future. And that information will be corroborated by our consultants. We had our kickoff meeting with the consultants last week. They're going to be doing their own inspections of a number of these sites. They're also going to be contacting members of the industry, possibly to conduct surveys for more additional information that may not be available in the registry. So there will be some corroboration of whatever numbers are reported in the EIR regarding the existing setting. I want to clarify, though, those future operators, that's not part of the existing setting for the purposes of environmental review. So those 500 numbers that you're seeing, that is not what's going to be reported in the EIR as the existing environmental setting for the purposes of commencing with environmental review.
Okay, well, I'll look for it and find it, but I recall that it says that they're looking at future as part of the baseline, but you're saying that's not accurate. They're only looking at the current.
That's probably a product of something that was said inartfully, but no, that is not the case. So that would be a violation of CEQA. Obviously, we're not going to do that.
Well, that's what I want to be clear. So what you're saying is that the EIR is only going to be looking at current as the baseline.
So for For the purpose of defining what is the existing environmental setting, they will be looking at the information about what is currently occurring out there as shown in the registry, as corroborated by additional information that they will independently gather. For the purposes of projecting to the future and what could likely occur as a result of any policies or regulations that your board adopts, they will be looking at what has been indicated in the registry regarding how many people are interested in doing the various types of cannabis activities. Once again, for the purpose of projecting to the future what may happen and what that delta is between the existing environmental setting and what could occur as a result of whatever regulations your board, in fact, adopts.
Okay, thank you.
Chair and Supervisor Wolf, just a follow-up on that as well. So in the board letter, the statement that I made was that this was self-reported data. And you may recall at the point where we created the registry program and your board approved that ordinance, it was stated as the intent of this board for us to not go and do verifications at that time, that the staffing probably did not allow that, and that we were there to collect the data and to not verify it at that time. So that was part of how we proceeded. We proceeded exactly within the direction of the board to receive that data, and that we would use other processes for environmental review and for economic analysis that would either validate that data. And I'll share an example on the economic side of that. In talking with our consultant on the economic analysis, HDL, Mark Lovelace, who is working with us on that project, is also using the CDFA data that was collected, which is the California Department of Food and Agriculture, from that data that was collected a year ago in their survey process, and is using those in tandem to kind of begin to narrow the scope and to begin to do some validation of that. So there's a lot of different pieces, as Mr. Klenman indicated, on both the environmental side as well as on the economic side, as our consultant has verified, in order to really better address the validity of these numbers. So as part of the registry, and again, these are very preliminary data, so we received a total of 534 registrants, and recall that a registrant could represent one or more different license types on one or more different parcels. Indicated there were approximately 240 people who cultivated in the past. Currently there's 216, and 506 folks were interested in some kind of future licensing. Again, one or more different license types on one or more different parcels. Currently, the total number for those who are current of the 216, 55 are cultivating on less than 1,000 square feet. And again, of that 216, 105 are currently cultivating on over an acre. Current acres in production, again, in this self-reported data from the registrants, was just under 400 acres. And again, self-reported anticipated future operations would indicate a cultivation of about just over 1,100 acres. And again, then the final bullet there is currently in Carpinteria, we indicated there were 52 registrants from the Carpinteria area. If you total up all the other South Coast areas, so basically everything from Montecito to Gaviota, from the ocean to the top of the Camino Cielo, there were 38 folks who registered. Buellton, 33, Lompoc, 58, Orcutt, Santa Maria, Geary, those areas about 20, and then 21 in Tepiscay. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Dan Clement to do a bit more in-depth at looking at the Land Use and Development Code.
Yeah, good afternoon once again, Madam Chair, members of the board. So the goal of the Land Use and Development Subcommittee is to come up with a comprehensive land use regulatory program for cannabis. That'd be both what is currently bifurcated into medicinal and recreational. We'd be coming up with a comprehensive set of land use regulations that regulates the entire industry. And that's consistent with state law and the direction state law has recently gone in, where we see at the state level they're trying to consolidate and simplify these two different bodies of law as best they can. So I do feel compelled to go over what is currently allowed right now in the county, because there's a lot of misinformation out there that we're hearing from the community. And effectively, there's only two types of cultivation that's currently allowed. that which was allowed under the Article 10 of Chapter 35, which your board adopted back in 2016. And effectively what it says is that medicinal cultivation that was in operation as of January 19, 2016 and compliant with state law is legal non-conforming. You may continue operating, provided that you stay within the parameters of what was legal and in operation at that point in time. There's one other exemption too that was set forth in Article 10. It's also in state law, and that's for cultivation for personal use. And I mean just that, personal use. You cannot distribute it. It's not for commercial purposes. And that is limited to 100 square feet, 6 mature plants or 12 immature plants. So those are the only 2 types of cultivation that are currently allowed in the county. And the amendments that we'd be presenting to your board would effectively overhaul those regulations and establish a new regulatory structure for cannabis in the county. So the project involves amending a number of the land use ordinances, including the Land Use Development Code, the Montecito Land Use Development Code, the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance.
Supervisor Williams, sorry to interrupt.
So I take this opportunity every time we do this with Dan to ask a question that's mainly for the purpose of the public, so that people, number one, don't unwittingly violate the law, and number two, people know what's legal and what isn't. So based on your, so an operation is legal if it was existing before January 19th, 2016, but cannot have expanded operations, could not have changed sites, could not have done any changes to that footprint of operation. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, correct.
And is it further, the 216, are those the legally non-conforming? Your number that was your preliminary data from the registry, or is there not a relationship?
Chair Hartman, we do not know the status in regards to the statements that Mr. Clement has just made about those 216.
I have a question.
Supervisor Wolf has a follow-on.
It would seem, and this was the issue with the registry, that our staff, or Mr. Russell, Dr. Russell, I think is somewhere here, there, yeah, would know of those 216, how many had met that January 2016 deadline? And if not, why not? Why did we go through the trouble of that ordinance if you don't have the number?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Wolf, I'm actually going to get into some of the complexities involving making a legal non-conforming determination regarding the existing cultivators later on in this presentation. If it's okay with you, if we could withhold answer this question until that point in time, I think it will help out. It will answer your question. So.
Okay, then let me ask this question, and maybe it's a more general question to the ad hoc committee. One of the things that is, well, first of all, I have to start out by saying you guys have obviously put in a lot of effort and time. But one of the things that I'm concerned about, and I guess to Mr. Bozanich, as we start looking at this, the land use part of it and ordinance development, is that some decisions may be made or decided in the ad hoc committee, such as which licenses may be considered. So on page 4 of the board letter, there's, it says the ad hoc subcommittee is considering issuing cultivation, non-volatile manufacturing, distribution, transportation, retail, delivery license, etc. And what I'm concerned about is, when does the full board have the opportunity to give you input, to give staff input to write the ordinance? The reason I say that is because obviously this is a huge and important land use ordinance that we're going to be embarking on. All of our districts are going to be impacted. I've seen just the Santa Barbara City Council, the way they did it is they looked at each particular license and made a decision as a board as to what was acceptable. So I guess for me as a
board member, I don't want to lose that opportunity. You know, we set up the ad hoc committee and they're doing a great job, but I don't want to delegate my responsibility because this is huge. So when are you, when and how are you going to be getting the input from the board on these things?
I'll answer first and then we'll have Dennis. The reason why we listed out all of those is because in the EIR, we wanted the EIR to be as encapsulating as possible so that later on we don't come back and say, oh shoot, we did want to think about delivery and we didn't look at it in the EIR. So if you've looked at that list, it is all inclusive of everything that could possibly exist. No decision, I will repeat, no decision has been made or even contemplated to be made about exactly what we want, where we want it, and how we want to do it. We anticipate that being done by the entire board. We'll make a recommendation at some point, but I don't think that recommendation, I mean, the recommendation is just that. It's a staff recommendation. It'll be an ad hoc recommendation. I don't have the list in front of me, the calendar, but Dennis can talk to that. But I want to assure you, I've been a board member when we had ad hocs going on.
We've been ad hoc. We've done
an ad hoc together, but we also were a little frustrated with another ad hoc that we weren't a member of. And it is difficult when you're up here and you know a lot of work's being done and you don't have any say in it. But I can promise you also, there's no way we could do the work that's been done in this ad hoc subcommittee in open session. It just would have never, we wouldn't be to the point where we are right now. And we definitely wouldn't get to the point where we could actually make a recommendation. But I think also county council has told us that we have a limited window, so we do have to get our work done in a shortened period of time. But I'll let Dennis talk about when we're scheduled to actually come back with a recommendation.
Okay, if I could just add, there's actually a couple of licenses that aren't in here. One is the testing, and one is on volatile manufacturing, which so you guys basically made a decision what not to look at, and
no, I think volatile is listed in. I mean, the way I remember it was in. It had to be in.
In the environmental, so it is part. Sorry, Chair Hartman, Supervisors Wolf and Lavinino, just to help. So a couple of pieces. So in the EIR and the scope of work for the EIR, we did include all of the different license types, including non-volatile and testing. Separate discussion around business licensing, and that's a bit further down in the presentation. There has been some discussion and just general guidance from the two appointed ad hoc subcommittee members that we're probably, from a business licensing standpoint, not super interested in the volatile style of extraction of cannabis material, THCs and CBDs from the cannabis plants, as well as we had kind of not necessarily made a firm decision one way or the other, but there was some general discussion about that around the business licenses.
Mr. Bozanich, if I could just interrupt, I get that. So they have made a decision. And what I'm saying is like, for instance, testing is one of the licenses that's not included. Well, that's good. I would agree. I'm kind of glad that's not part of what they have talked about. But my point is that there are certain things in here, even non-volatile, or things that are being considered. I thank Supervisor Lavignino and appreciate the fact that this is going to come back to the board for our final review. What I'm concerned about is that you guys might be going down a road looking at certain things that some of board members, maybe a majority, don't even want you to look at. But we're not having that chance to give you our opinion. I guess that will happen at a later date. So anyway, that's just my concern, that I'm feeling in some ways that the train has left the station and that it's really hard to get on the platform to try and get on the train, and I want to know when that's going to happen.
So if I might respond, Supervisor Wolf, sorry. Oh, did you want to, I missed the hand.
Go ahead.
the train left the station when the voters legalized marijuana.
I don't know. I don't care when it left. I know it left.
Right.
I know it left.
And some would argue that the train left the station when they legalized medicinal marijuana under such comparatively loosey-goosey guidelines that people could qualify for medicinal under various means. So we're not making any train leave the station. We're trying to deal with reality. And the reality is that we have a system that isn't working very well right now. We want to fix that system. We also have a deadline, which is that come next year, people are going to start applying for state permits to do this. We want to be able to tell the state, yes, this person does qualify for our concurrence from a county, or no, they don't. And if we don't have the process move forward, we can't tell the state yes or no. And I would I think the basis of what you're saying is not true. The testing and volatile is still in the scoping of the EIR. It is still something that if you want us to do volatile extraction, then you could today move that we definitely permit volatile extraction. Where the ad hoc has been is that we want to look at some of the results of the EIR before we make that recommendation to you. But there's nothing precluding you from making a motion that's saying, yes, I definitely need you to permit volatile extraction. But again, it would be our recommendation in the ad hoc to wait for the information of the EIR before making those determinations.
Every light is on up here, and I'd just like to interject for a minute, and that is, I believe we have today, and that came at Supervisor Wolf's request, that we have a briefing. We have another for September, another for October. And I think what we're looking for is some assurance that whatever recommendations, you will tell us what's been ruled out or what the thought process is so that we can revisit the logic and raise questions. And I see Mr. Bozanich nodding his head, and so if we could finish these lights and then get on to the presentation, because we have many speakers who would like to add their comments to this discussion. Supervisor Adams?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the train leaving the station analogy or story. You know, there's multiple trains. Now we're going to talk about blending medicinal and recreational. We're going to eliminate the distinction between those at the state level. Isn't that what I'm reading?
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Adam, so there will still be separate medicinal and recreational licenses in each of the different license categories. What got aligned was the different types. So they had defined a different number and the different definition of the types of licenses available, but there will be congruence between the two sides going forward.
Yeah, so that's a change, and you know, I think as much as some of us don't like it, you know, it's just a reality. And like I said at one of these before, you know, we've embarked on a societal experiment here, and you know, in a decade we might decide we don't like it anymore. But for now, this is the new world order here.
Supervisor Wolf, and then back to staff.
Thank you. You know, I think maybe Mr. Williams misunderstood where I was going. I know that all of these items are being looked at in the EIR. What I was suggesting is that the ad hoc made a decision not to look at all the items. I think that's a good thing. I don't believe that we should be looking at volatile licensing. I agree that we shouldn't be looking at testing. I mean, you guys have made that tentative decision. That's on page 4. What I'm suggesting is that there's other things that you are considering, which is non-volatile manufacturing, distribution, transportation, retail. So those are things that you're considering. What I'm talking about is, and I guess what you said, Mr. Williams, is that I could make a motion today and say, don't look at those things. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting that the reason why we're doing a check-in is for you to provide the very type of input, and if obviously if 3 or more of the Board of Supervisors was in agreement, it'd be kind of foolish for us to make a recommendation contrary to that.
Good. Well, we'll see how today goes, and I don't know who said it, maybe it was Chair Hartman, who stated that this was a hearing that I had asked for, because all of the folks down there are the ones who are seeing or will be seeing some of the impacts. So I think before we do go down a road, this is the time for us to get some input and then try and give you some direction.
Supervisor Lavanino, and then Supervisor Williams, and then we're going out back to...
Yeah, it's hard to be asked for an update, and then we try to provide an update, and we all have our different views on this. I know what your position is. You don't want to see any of it. And I understand that.
Yeah, but I'm also being a realist too, and knowing, and when I looked at Charity Dean's PowerPoint and I see the impact, I realize that we all talk about health and safety, right? That's a big issue for all of us. So I don't think it's realistic for me to say, yes, we're going to ban everything. But what I want to do is make a reasoned decision and look at these different licenses that we can, that we may not want to embark upon, and give direction. So I think that's a reasonable approach.
When we get to the end, I would really like to hear your thought process on why you wouldn't want testing done here in Santa Barbara County.
Well, I'd like to hear more. I don't know.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I like testing in Santa Barbara County?
Yeah, why wouldn't you want? Because you said you didn't.
Well,
you didn't.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, and then we're going back, and we'll come back if there's a need to discuss the underlying assumptions and values. But let's first accomplish what we came here to accomplish today, and that is get an overview of where we've come to date.
I think it is enormously unfair, and I highly resent that the problems that my neighbors are experiencing, you are blaming on the activities of the ad hoc committee. None of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee are currently ordinance or law in this county. In fact, the current regime and ordinance and law in this county is something that you voted for, and I did not, because I was not here on the board. So you can't blame the nuisances that they are experiencing on our work. I was not here. In fact, I sent a staffer that said you should not pass that ordinance because it has problems. So we are trying to clean up this mess. I think it would be valuable to have a discussion about how we can clean up the mess and without pinning my neighbors and our issues on an activities of an ad hoc committee whose decisions have not even been made yet.
If I could just respond, I don't even know where that came from, but I'm looking at a staff report, Supervisor Williams, that talks about some tentative decisions the ad hoc committee has made. And all I'm saying is, at what point will we be able to have some input? That's all.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about your neighbors or your constituents. My constituents have the same issues way before we enacted the ordinance that we did on medicinal marijuana. So, we're all in this together. And we've got some great staff in front of us, and so I agree, let's just move forward and hear from them.
Mr. Bozanich.
I'd like to turn it back to Mr. Clement to finish his portion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Bozanich. I just want to finish out one last thought with regard to this slide and the information that's on it before I turn it over to Ms. Fisher, and that is the next step is preparation of the EIR. And actually, the notice of preparation for the EIR is going to be published tomorrow. That's going to start a 30-day public comment period, during which we'll be soliciting input from responsible and trustee agencies as well as members of the public and other interests in the county. We're also going to be having 2 EIR scoping meetings, one in this room on July 26th, the second one up in the North County on July 27th, and the board's hearing chambers up there. And this is an opportunity for the public to give us input on what we should study, how we should study it in terms of the methodology for evaluating the impacts, and also give us ideas about what project alternatives and project objectives should be included in the EIR to inform your decision making on this project with regard to the environmental impacts that may result from it. And as Supervisor Lavigno stated earlier, the project description was purposely drawn to be broad so we would not hamstring or take away the opportunity for your board to have any options available to you at the time in which we present this project to you, and you can consider all the various policy options. So right now, once again, so we're going to be starting the public comment period tomorrow. Our goal is to publish the draft environmental impact report in mid-September. It'll be subject to a 45-day public comment period. And then that will be followed by decision-maker hearings starting in December with the Montecito Planning Commission, in January with the County Planning Commission, and then we'll be presenting those commission's recommendations to your board. Our target now is in February of 2018. So there are a number of opportunities for members of the public, interest groups to provide us with input about what they believe should be written into this ordinance and the environmental impact report that we're going to prepare for it. With that said, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Fisher.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. As part of the rulemaking process, the Cal Cannabis Cultivation Licensing Program within the California Department of Food and Agriculture has prepared a draft program environmental impact report in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The draft state program EIR provides information about the potential environmental effects associated with the adoption of implementation of statewide cannabis cultivation regulations. According to the state program EIR, the Cal Cannabis Cultivation Licensing Program, as proposed, is considered to be the most environmentally sustainable approach to regulating commercial cannabis cultivation and strikes a balance between various environmental issues and ensures that, with limited exceptions, the impacts of statewide cannabis cultivation would not be significant. The program EIR has identified the following potential impacts to agriculture throughout the state. Conversion of prime, unique, or farmland of statewide importance to non-agricultural use, conversion of farmland to cannabis cultivation from other crops, diversion of surface water away from crop irrigation to cannabis cultivation, cause aquifer depletion, potential impacts to crops resulting in the spread of pests and diseases, and potential impacts to crops and livestock and water sources resulting from the use, transportation, and storage of hazardous materials. The program EIR indicates the Cal Cannabis Cultivation Licensing Program will successfully mitigate these impacts to agriculture at the state level.
Ms. Fisher, may I interrupt with just a quick question? Are there any impacts to wine grapes from the odors of marijuana? I've heard that, and I don't see that in your list, and maybe it's not something to worry about, but it is something I hear voiced.
Chair Hartman, yes, it's been brought to my attention that there are concerns among the grape grower community that the odor from nearby cannabis cultivation may taint the flavor of grapes, wine grapes. However, there is no scientific data available to substantiate that allegation. I have heard of a lab up in Napa County, though, is looking into and devoting research to determine whether or not this is a true concern. But there isn't anything available now scientifically that has supported that allegation at this time.
Good. So you'll be following that research, and we'll be pulling this in. Okay.
Absolutely. So in other words, once cannabis cultivators have been successful with obtaining a state license Impacts to agriculture listed here in the EIR will be successfully mitigated. The California Industrial Hemp Farming Act, AB 566, was signed into law to authorize the commercial production of industrial hemp in California. The act became effective on January 1st, 2017, due to a provision in Prop 64. As directed by this act, CDFA, the California Department of Food and Ag, is developing a program to administer this new law. The first step is to establish an Industrial Hemp Advisory Board, and with assistance from the board, CDFA will further develop the registration process, fee structure, regulations, and other administrative details as necessary to provide for the commercial production of industrial hemp in accordance with this act. Industrial hemp is produced for manufacturing purposes as a fiber or oilseed product or both. Industrial hemp is a subspecies of cannabis sativa and has no more than 0.3% THC. It's important to note, though, industrial hemp is identified by the Federal Controlled Substance Act as a Schedule I drug.
And may I interrupt with another question? Did our registry distinguish between hemp and cannabis? And do we see hemp as a viable product in our county?
Chair Hartman, we did not have a specific question on commercial hemp in the registry, and I don't have any knowledge of, perhaps Ms. Fisher does, about the interest or potential size of that industry.
Chair Hartman, yes, we have been contacted by growers that are interested in growing industrial hemp. I don't have a number at this time, but.
Oh, Supervisor Wolf.
Ms. Fisher, on slide 6, you talked about the potential effects of cannabis, and then you talked about mitigation. What are some of the mitigations?
The Cannabis Cultivation Licensing Program, with the requirements for a cultivator to get that license, potentially those regulations mitigate these impacts to ag. So the point is if yes, the regulations do. Mm-hmm. The California Department of Pesticide Regulation is required to develop guidelines for cannabis and industrial hemp cultivators for pesticide use, residues, and training requirements for employees. These guidelines are due by January 2018. County Ag Commissioners will be responsible at the local level for pesticide enforcement involving cannabis cultivators and provide training and outreach to a cultivating community who has not been a part of an extensive regulatory program. Cultivators are required to obtain an operator identification number from County Ag Commissioners annually and are required to submit monthly pesticide use reports. In addition to cannabis cultivation, commercial devices that are used in connection with the sale or distribution of cannabis are required to be type approved by the California Department of Measurement Standards and be registered with the County Ag Commissioners. These devices are to be inspected annually by County Weights and Measures inspectors for accuracy. Retail distribution of packaged cannabis products are also required to meet packaging and labeling requirements as defined in the Business and Professions Code and be inspected by County Weights and Measures inspectors. Go back to you.
Thank you. Okay, so as we were working on the permanent ordinance, there's been a number of questions that have come up, particularly with regard to what do we do with the existing cultivators who are operating under the existing regulations that are in effect in the county. Once again, those regulations are set forth in Article 10 and then supplemented by the urgency ordinances that your board adopted this last spring. The challenge with Article 10 is it's very simple. There's not a whole lot in there with regard to, for example, procedures. And one procedure that's lacking is, once again, that Article 10 established that medicinal cultivators in compliance with state law as of January 19, 2016 could continue operating under a legal non-conforming status. However, there's no procedure set forth in Article 10 for somebody to come to the county and say, hey, I want an official designation that I'm legal non-conforming such that I can continue to operate while I work on obtaining whatever new permits or licenses will be required when the new regulations come into effect. Second, there's no sunset date. on these legal nonconforming operations. That is an amortization period whereby the operators would be given a deadline by which they would either need to, number one, shut down operations, or two, obtain, once again, the permits and licenses to conduct cannabis activities, provided that they can do so under the regulations that are currently under consideration. And when thinking about these operators, I like to put them into two groups just to kind of wrap my head around the issue. And on the one hand, you have the illegal operations, which they can't comply with the new regs that are in the works and are likely going to be adopted at the state or at the local level. We need to get those people to start shutting down their operations. Many of these operations are causing problems, for example, in the 1st District due to their proximity to schools, the odor issues, and things of that nature. So we want to give them enough time to shut down and avoid, for example, a number of the legal implications if we're too hasty in doing so. We always got to keep in the back of our mind there's the possibility for an objection to this in a takings sort of situation. We want to make sure that these people get their investment-backed expectations met and before they shut down. Second, you have another group. That is those who are currently operating, and it's looking like they could continue operating under the new permitting and licensing regime that's in the works. What we want to do is enable them to continue operating under the existing regs while they go ahead and seek their entitlements and the licenses to operate under the new regime. So in that sense, you want to extend that amortization period to allow them that opportunity, whereas with the illegal operators, you want to shorten the amortization period to the shortest time frame as possible. So what we're asking that your board do is direct us, staff, to work on a set of ordinance amendments to do effectively two things. That is, develop a procedure by which these operators can come down and ask for an official legal nonconforming determination from the county, so they have the peace of mind knowing that they are operating in compliance with state law and they can continue operating. And then also to establish that amortization period, that is the time by which the existing operations must either, once again, shut down their operations or obtain all of the entitlements and licensing that would be required under the new regime in order to continue operating. If your board gives us that direction, our goal is to present the ordinance amendments to the County Planning Commission at the end of August, possibly the beginning of September, and then ultimately return to your board in October of this year such that you can make a decision on that. And I should also mention there's another consideration with regard to the legal nonconforming determination, the amortization period, and that is the state, at least currently, has a target date of January 1st, 2018 to get their regulations up and running. So after that point, applicants could go to the state, apply for the state license, and then the state regs are, what they say now is the state will contact us and ask us if the applicant is in compliance with the local regulations. We have 60 days within which to respond. If we don't respond, the state assumes that they are in good standing with the local jurisdiction and they may issue a state license. So what we want to do is have a legally defensible method for making those legal nonconforming determinations such that when we receive that request from the state, we can confidently say whether or not an operator is or is not in compliance with the current Article 10 regulations.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, Dan, today you're not asking us to establish that process or the amortization period, but just simply to direct staff to come back with a recommendation of what that will look like and how long the period would be.
Correct.
Okay.
And I had a further question. I've had several people coming to me saying this is a lot of effort and that the state law would basically make this moot. Could you respond to that? I think Mr. Bozanich or Mr. Clemon, whichever.
Yeah, I would say eventually, once again, the new regulations that will come into effect will clarify and eliminate any confusion, because you're going to have to get into that new regime. But there's this sort of awkward interim period where we have, once again, people who want to continue operating while they pursue their entitlements and licenses to operate. And then also, on the other hand, we have these people who are not operating legally. They will not be able to operate legally according to how they're currently operating their operations. And what we want to do, once again, get them into either shut down or try to come up with a system that could be permitted or licensed under the new regime. So there's this short window here where you have things in flux, and this is our attempt to try to bridge that gap as best we can, given all those conflicting issues and goals we're trying to contend with regard to illegal
Mr. Bozanich, did you want to expand on that?
Yeah, just to expand on what Mr. Clement just shared. So for those of you who have read ahead in your study materials today, there's a schedule at the end, and in that part of that schedule at the very end notes that the California Coastal Commission will need to weigh in on any of the zoning regulation changes as they affect the coastal zone, any properties in the coastal zone. And based on conversations that our planning staff has on a regular basis with California Coastal Commission staff, the estimate right now that is in your schedule is somewhere in May of 2019 before the California Coastal Commission would weigh in on any local zoning amendments that we might make around cannabis operations. And so there is this period, obviously, for a period of time between this January 1st, 2018 or a later date where the board may act on local zoning amendments in the inland portions of the county and or the business license ordinances that your board may choose to approve in that interim period that's tentatively on the schedule for February of 2018. Again, tentative based on board direction. And so that period of time of roughly 12, 15, maybe as long as 16 months, there is this period where having these legal nonconforming determinations may have some clarity about what's possible on particular properties. So I just add that for the board's consideration.
And a follow-up question, if I may. Is there any way that the operators now who might qualify for a non-conforming use, but we don't anticipate that they could meet the requirements that we're going to have to make them legal, would they have any claim under a legal non-conforming use to continue operations into the future?
I would ask council to weigh in on that.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors. So in the area of legal nonconforming use, probably the shorthand is once someone has that status, either retain that status or they're provided with a reasonable amortization period, and that would remove any ability to have a viable claim. And that's part of the discussion we're having with staff. I think the timing aspect of this, and that's something that we haven't gone into yet in the presentation. We have discussed it before. But the county has a series of ordinances. The state has some statutes that are in effect, other statutes that penned a look by the federal government. So there's a series of different timelines that are out there. And one of the questions as the board goes forward that we'll be sensitive to is when must the board act or lose some discretion? And the short answer right now appears to be that that's less critical than it was about a year ago when this county was faced with the prospect of either acting to regulate or losing that ability in the future. And that explains some of the county framework that you have right now. So we will be sensitive to telling you when you might be losing discretion if you don't act. The schedule that you have in front of you right now does not have crisp statutory deadlines by which you would lose discretion. There are some economic benefits, there are some regulatory benefits, but you're not in the same situation you were, roughly a year and a half ago, where some new state legislation meant that the county had to act or lose your ability to act in the future.
And if I just might, because I think this is really important to members of the public as well as to me, the recommendation be one that we establish a process for the determination of legal nonconforming status. That is very significant and very important so that we can determine who meets our requirements and who doesn't. We need that official determination to protect ourselves in the future to get them out of business if they aren't going to come into compliance with the new rules. Am I correct?
I think the short answer is yes. The slightly longer answer is that with or without state statutes that have changed and merged, at some point the county would be faced with a situation of someone asserting, I am a legal non-conforming use, and then the county would need a process to refute that or to agree with that.
Supervisor Williams.
I think what this arises out of is staff trying to be responsive to our worry that there were not enough enforcement tools, and we really felt that that was something that we heard from all of the board members, and hoping that this would be something that the board would embrace, because essentially with this, the only other route, if you don't get this status, is to get a permit. And we want people to get a permit so that we can require odor control and other good neighbor policies. And so, essentially this is what staff felt was necessary to have as, to make it clear who does not have, if people did not get permits or did not choose to try to get permits, who we would be able to enforce on and who we would not.
Thank you. Supervisor Wolf?
I think Supervisor Levin, said this was very complex, and this piece of it is concerning to me, and so we're talking now about getting a permit, but isn't that this whole discussion of the development of the ordinance, that you have to have the ordinance first before you can get a permit? Or is this a different path? Is this something else?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Wolf, yes, this is something else. So for what I was discussing, slides 5 and 6, that would be our permanent ordinance. That is the subject of the environmental impact report, and those are the regulations that would be presented to your board, which would go into effect starting in February. What I just described to you right now with regard to an ordinance regarding the legal non-conforming determinations and amortization period, that's just to address this interim period while the existing regulations are in effect, yet the new regulations are not in effect, and just how we manage those who are already out there operating in terms of whether or not they're legal with our existing regulations or not legal. And it's a method for, once again, for us to say, okay, gear up, because we're anticipating whatever date your board decides, the new regime is going to go into effect at that date, and you are no longer going to be able to operate under the existing regulations. And then also, once again, to bridge the gap, so to speak, for those who will be able to obtain a permit and license under the new regs that have not yet been adopted, and continue operating under those new regulations.
So let's say when we develop our ordinance, we decide that we want to limit the number of permits under the new ordinance. Does that necessarily grandfather in all those people that would have a permit based on this other ordinance?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if we do this correctly, no.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Essentially, this is trying to answer the question that you raised very early on in this discussion, which is...
It sounds like they're trying to fix this horrible thing that we did on the board before you were here.
Yes.
That's yes, that's true.
So good.
And you've pointed out...
But I guess I'll take the total blame for the whole county that we did that.
I don't want to give you the total blame.
That's okay.
But you have raised the question on more than one occasion at these hearings, why don't we know which ones of these are really legal non-conforming or not? And the answer is because no one ever recorded it. Nobody has ever had to furnish proof of it. And this is the process by which people would have to furnish evidence of actually being legal non-conforming.
Fine. But that was never my understanding when we passed the ordinance. I thought staff was monitoring it and knew, but apparently not. So it sounds like we have, as you called it, it's a new regime that will take care of this.
Supervisor Adam?
Well, I'm going to take a little offense at this line and suggest we just stop it because it's really not fruitful. It doesn't make any difference really to the discussion we're having here today, whether another board did something or not. You know, it was a unanimous vote as far as I remember, and we were acting on advice of counsel. And so, you know, you probably haven't reviewed the BLO that went out with that one, so I'm guessing. And so, you know, to throw stones at the last board is probably not really fair, and it certainly isn't fruitful. So I wish we just continue on. I mean, have we not had enough acrimony up here today?
I appreciate that, and I think it's just important to understand we have two ordinances we're talking about here. One to deal with legal nonconforming, which is already occurring, and then one moving forward, and we have to keep those separate.
Yeah. And you know, I'm just about ready to check out here if we keep this up.
I agree. It would be wise to move on.
All right.
Business licenses, how's that? So really our focus going forward as well, so if we think about a three-legged stool, again, going forward, if what Dan Klenman just spoke about was the land use permitting, we then have made a distinction between that and business licenses, which will really be determining who is conducting the business and then what kind of business that they can do. And so if we think about the various different license types we've talked about in the state regs, that include different levels of cultivation based on whether it's indoor, outdoor, mixed light. There's all of those different license types. There's distribution, there's the volatile, non-volatile, not to bring up subjects from the past. But we have all these different business types that could be conducted. And so the business license ordinances would sit in a different part of the county codes, not in Chapter 35. And so these would help identify who they were. So some of the possible business licensing requirements that the ad hoc members suggested would be that we'd have live scan requirements for every employee. We would create the licensing requirements in such a way that we might promote an amount of vertical integration within the various segments of the product life cycle. That licenses, according to our current statutes, would be issued by the treasurer tax collector, as all other business licenses currently are in our county codes. That perhaps a limited number of retail licenses would be okay. That we would encourage that or require that delivery would be connected to some form of a brick and mortar retail outlet. That we would, if that deliveries were allowed at all, that we would consider possibly license caps, allow multiple licenses per premises for cultivation, again, kind of maybe instead of having widespread impacts, perhaps limiting those impacts to fewer premises. That production, retail, or deliveries would require a weighing device permit, as was mentioned by Ag Commissioner Fisher a few moments ago, and then determining whether edible cannabis products should be available or not through the various retail licensees. You know, essential to making any of these business licenses valuable, there is a need for enforcement, and Lieutenant Olmsted is here to provide a bit of background about the challenges of enforcement currently, and then you know, county ordinance with the current county ordinances, and then maybe some options for improved legal enforcement. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Lieutenant Olmsted.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Just sort of the trailer on, one of the things with the enforcement is right now we have two ways of doing enforcement, one through land use and the other side through criminal. And really both of them, they're hard to enforce and they're sort of weak right now because with the laws that they change now, that keep changing, there's a lot of gray area. And so one of the sides with, for example, on the sheriff's office side is doing it criminally. The sentences, criminal sentences have gone minimized, but also with the areas of collectives and the various types of growers, it's hard to enforce those. So we've been doing several compliance checks on the locations, but the amount of resource it takes to try to show that they're illegal grows is very time consuming and very expensive with the limited resources we have. And so ideally, I mean, the board has two options go. They can ban cannabis to the amount allowable by state law, or they can allow the various licensings to take place. But one of the things that will come out of that, no matter which way the board chooses to go, is it definitely makes it a lot clearer in enforcement wise. Because right now, to go in and do an enforcement action and in this gray area, you know, sort of our solution when we go and do any kind of enforcement on the criminal side is we would go and eradicate the plants, seize the equipment, and depending on what status they're in or what kind of filing we get through the DA's office or anything else, it could bring a lot of liability to the county with this, eradicating that many plants and seizing that equipment. One of the things we know that there's a lot of growing, and obviously through the registry, we know there's a lot of it going on, and we've done several compliance checks. But to continue, it just takes a lot of resources, and we don't have the teeth that we need right now. So ideally, as we go through this process, like I said, whether the board decides to ban it as much as they can, allowable by state, or to allow the licensing, that's sort of what all of county staff is looking for. With some of the ideas of what kind of enforcement we're doing, now that we have the registry, we're going to evaluate, look at all the different numbers, the different licenses that are requesting, and then we can try to map out what kind of, if the decision is to go to licensing, the numbers of licensing, how we're going to enforce it, and then similar to the background checks on how do you get the license.
Thanks, Lieutenant Olmsted. And so this is definitely a work in progress, and again, I think a valuable tool that the ad hoc subcommittees provided guidance on, and we'll be doing some more work on going forward.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since this is one of the areas for me that's most important is an enforcement, is as part of that breakout working group, we're also talking about bringing in the district attorney's office to come up with new and innovative ways to really go after the bad actors. And from what I'm understanding is if we have licensing in place, that there are some additional tools that the DA's office could use, is to just not directly towards marijuana possession or growing or cultivation. It would be more unfair business practices, those types of things, and which could lead to higher penalties and stronger fines and those types of things.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, that's correct. There's multiple ways to do the investigations and to try to come up with enforcement action. But to get to that, we need a little bit better definition of the laws, and by the county either choosing to do the outright ban or allow the licenses, that's going to give us the further definition where we can do. And we can be unique with some of them. And like I said, in the area of the criminal, a lot of them with the latest proposition is minimize the criminal sentencing. But once we get a clear path and where we can go and do the enforcement, just the eradication of the plants for the illegal growers is a huge penalty in trying to end the illegal growers. So by getting that better definition, that will allow us to go out and do the stricter enforcement that we've been looking for, frankly, for several years now.
Supervisor Lavanino.
One other idea that was kind of bandied around in the ad hoc as far as enforcement goes was also coming up with some sort of a penalty. We haven't kind of talked to Johanna about it a little bit. So this is just in its formation. And this is what happens a lot at ad hoc is we talked also about a penalty if somebody is a bad actor. We do enforcement that at some point they would be banned or precluded from achieving a license to get legal with us for an extended period of time. So not only would you eradicate the plants, but they would also suffer the penalty of not being able to move forward into our legal system. So something else we're talking about.
So the third leg of the stool that the ad hoc committee has been working on over the last few months has been to begin to look at tax measures and fee analysis as well. So one of the general directions that we've received up to now is to begin to think about a June 2018 ballot measure that would include taxes. Again, recall that any kind of tax that goes beyond the compensation for the delivery of a service by the county, which is what we typically call a fee. Anything beyond that, an excise tax or any other kind of business license tax, does require voter approval. So we're looking at June 2018 for the possibility of that. The economic analysis is underway to identify possible options for how that taxation would occur, different basis for taxes, for example, square foot or percentage of gross receipts or a number of other bases for the taxes, as well as different tax rates. And again, using a combination of the California Department of Food and Agriculture survey data that was collected a year ago, and as well as using the registry data will provide the basis for that. We anticipate being able to bring that economic analysis back in September for your board's consideration. Additionally, the possible fees for land use permits would likely already be part of the existing P&D, Planning and Development Department fee schedule. We're not anticipating perhaps anything additional to that, but we would try to take advantage of the existing fee schedule and match those permit fees up with the various costs of similar cost processing. And then looking at license fees would be at a cost reimbursement basis. So if we think about perhaps doing those business licensing fees through treasurer tax collector, most likely at this point, or any other department that might take on that role uniquely, then those would be based on just cost reimbursement. And the Economic Analysis Group, HDL, is doing a preliminary study of those fees for us on the business license side as well.
And Mr. Bozanich, I had a question there. At least in land use, the fees for the permits don't include enforcement. As I understand it, it's just processing the permits. And what I'm wondering is there a lag time then between when people get the permits and there'll be a period of time before we can pass a tax, get money to go back into actual enforcement, and we haven't really budgeted for that this year?
Madam Chair, if I could answer with regard to the land use fees. Yeah, I just want to clarify there's, with regard to processing an application and getting an entitlement, there's two general fees. There's the application processing fees, and if there is monitoring to ensure that the permittee complies with the conditions of the entitlement, we can collect a fee specifically for that purpose. What we cannot do or take any of those fees, be it the permit application or condition compliance fees, and use those for enforcement unrelated to a permit. So those would be situations where you get a cold call about somebody operating next door to you. They're not under an existing permit where we could go out and enforce conditions under a condition compliance account. We need to take enforcement action against them. That's an entirely separate fee, which if they're found to be in violation, they would have to pay for our enforcement fees. So, and those are both separate from a tax, which would be yet another fee, which could be used for a number of purposes. It could go in the general fund, depending on how the tax is set up and what tax is ultimately adopted by the voters. So
just if I'm hearing you correctly, and you did correct me, it's only unpermitted activities that we can't really enforce against unless, but we can collect our penalties of 100, 200, and 500, which aren't great deterrents, but that is something. Okay, thank you. Correct. Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the staff report, also on page 4, it says, now I'm talking about taxes, it says tax proceeds would be appropriated to the general fund and help defray costs of mitigating public health, safety, and environmental impacts related to cannabis. So, I know some people have said that this will be a boon to our county general fund. but it looks like some of the taxes we receive will be used to mitigate some of the impacts. So I'm assuming that this tax study that you're looking at will talk to us about that?
Chairman, Supervisor Wolf, yes, it will be looking at those other mitigation costs. So as Mr. Klenman just mentioned, the enforcement for those non-permitted activities obviously have no fee source since they weren't permitted to begin with. The enforcement on those individual properties or individuals will require additional resources to do that. So part of that study that the HDL is conducting for us currently will begin to look at what those additional costs to the overall organization, to county services in general, and that there would then be some discussion perhaps on the part of your board about how to proceed with the tax measure, whether it be a special tax allocated in some way or a general tax that would then be allocated through the budget process.
Okay, and that's what you're working on, Steve? Okay, thank you.
At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Charity Dean, who is a health officer for Santa Barbara County, to present some information on health effects of cannabis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Dr. Dean from the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department, and I'm going to very briefly give a high-level overview of some of the health effects of cannabis. And I want to note that the majority of this is from the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine from a February 2017 report that was released. This report was the result of an independent advisory panel of 16 experts across all medical specialties. What I'm going to say is evidence-based and the consensus of the body of experts. And then there have also been some interesting studies released recently from Colorado and Oregon. So to start off, I'm going to talk about the conclusive and substantial evidence, and this means that there was strong evidence in the report for the following health effects. And I think it's important to present a balanced perspective. So some of the positive therapeutic effects that were listed were treatment of chronic pain, anti-nausea treatment, particularly for chemotherapy patients, and treatment of multiple sclerosis spasticity. And when I say conclusive, that means there were randomized controlled trials, so very strong evidence for these things. For the negative health effects, there was a risk of increased motor vehicle accidents and crashes, lower birth weight in the offspring of maternal cannabis smokers, development of schizophrenia and other psychoses, and the highest risk, I just want to point out there, was among very frequent users. Chronic bronchitis, it can worsen symptoms of chronic bronchitis or lead to more frequent episodes, and again, this is with long-term cannabis smoking. Conclusive and substantial evidence was also presented around problem cannabis use, and the risk factors for problem cannabis use were being male and smoking cigarettes, initiating cannabis use at an earlier age, increased frequency of use, so those that are heavy users, and there was an association between being male and the severity of problem cannabis use. There was moderate evidence, and when I say moderate, it means that there were multiple good studies showing supportive evidence for the finding, but it's important to say they could not ultimately rule out all confounding variables. So moderate evidence for risk factors for youth with problem cannabis use. Frequency of use, so more frequent users. Those with oppositional behaviors. Younger age at their very first alcohol use. History of nicotine use. Parental substance abuse. Poor school performance. History of antisocial behaviors. And history of childhood sexual abuse in the youth. There was moderate evidence for some negative health effects with pediatric overdose injuries in states where cannabis has been made legal, impairment in learning, memory, and attention, and mental health disorders. Those with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder were shown to have increased mania and hypomania, and again, I want to emphasize this was with regular and heavy cannabis use. Development of depressive disorder, suicidal ideation attempts, and increased incidence of successful suicide completion. And again, this is in heavy users. There was an increased incidence of social anxiety disorder with regular and heavy cannabis use, and development of substance abuse disorders for other substances, alcohol, tobacco, illicit drugs. I'm going to briefly mention that THC in pregnancy and breastfeeding is an enormous area of research right now. There's way more that we don't know than we do know. But I do want to share that in pregnant mothers, it's passed from mother to baby, and in breastfeeding mothers. Because THC is stored in body fat of the mother and baby, it has a very long half-life. The concept of pump and dump, like with alcohol in breastfeeding mothers, that doesn't work because it's stored in the body fat. And THC may affect the baby's brain development. I emphasize the word may. There are so many studies looking at this right now, there's nothing conclusive that we can say. And then, of course, I must highlight the need for more research and the challenge of a Schedule I drug classification. The medical effects are largely unknown. What I just presented to you is a tiny piece of what we do know. Everything else is unknown and being studied. What are the public health impacts, particularly for those at risk, for youth, for pregnant women, for those with substance use disorder, and the barriers to research? From a regulatory viewpoint, the federal classification is challenging for researchers. From a funding perspective, it's challenging as well. It's difficult for researchers to get a hold of the drug and the quantity and the amounts that they need to have to do the correct research, and then standardization of research methodologies. The challenge in looking at the studies today is it's comparing apples to oranges to bananas. All the studies are done differently. It's a real challenge for research. So I want to just really emphasize there's more that we don't know than we do know. And then I'm going to talk about how do we prepare our community for the health impacts of cannabis, and what will those be. The leadership of the Public Health Department, along with the Behavioral Wellness Department, have formed a work group and met multiple times, and our goal is to share fact-based information, again, based on the research and data. We are looking at local data, how we can measure and monitor the impacts of cannabis use, and then we want to promote messages to the public to help protect those most at risk. And here are the 3 things that we are proposing as our initial activities: surveillance, provider education, and community education. Surveillance is a kind of a public health word. It means looking at the data, looking at the trends in data in a community. So the goal of surveillance is to gather the data to understand population health, to use the existing valid data points without the need for additional resources, meaning we're not going to create a whole new data surveillance mechanism right now. We're going to see what data points do we already have that we can look at. Here are some examples. Our EMS system has data on cannabis use and paraphernalia at the scenes of emergency transports, toxicology screening for newly admitted patients to the PUF unit, client reports at substance abuse treatment programs, and tox screens at hospitals. And importantly, the California Department of Public Health is developing their own surveillance tool. We don't know what that will look like yet, but they are working really hard to put something together that jurisdictions can use. So what I'm mentioning here is in addition to that. Healthcare provider education, we plan to hold an educational workshop in the fall of 2017 across a broad range of topics related to health, substance abuse, and youth services. We'll be focusing on concerns related to those at-risk groups, particularly youth, and we are collaborating with the Santa Barbara County Education Office. Regarding community education, I first want to say that it's important that the message is balanced and that the community gets good research-based messages. We plan to partner with schools and local service organizations to host community meetings for parents and for youth, support parents by having good handouts, data-based information for them, have the meetings in the evening hours so that they can attend, and provide the information in English and Spanish. And again, the California Department of Public Health is developing an educational campaign and materials based on best practices from other states and lessons learned. So we will have their entire campaign available to us as well. After January 2018, we plan to develop a prevention campaign that can look at these at-risk populations and see what will work. We want to bring the prevention campaign into both English and Spanish-speaking communities in Santa Barbara County, and our goal is across the next 5 years to analyze the trends in the longitudinal data to assess where our population-based interventions could be most effective, and that's really bread and butter public health. We look at longitudinal data, we say how can we best mitigate these health effects specific to the populations within our county. That'll be happening on a national level, on a state level, and we plan to do it here on a county level. Thank you.
So as a means of wrapping up, Board, presented here is a draft outline we've been working from in terms of a schedule going forward. The dates, mostly July, August, and September dates. Many of those have to do with the preparation for the environmental impact report process. We've identified a possibility coming back no later than September 19th for update and further direction. You'll notice a number of public meetings on potential code amendments sections, on the business licensing, that's the Chapter 22 and 24A. County Council has been great in identifying a number of other places that probably have tangential impacts. So when you see October 31st, for example, first drafts of assorted other code sections, that is code word for things like the smoking ordinance and a number of other things that are out there that we would at least want to examine to make sure that they remain aligned with the directions of this board around cannabis use. For example, in public and a number of those things. And then further down in the schedule, you begin to see some of the hearings, the public hearings for the EIR during November and December. The current schedule of the work of the staff kind of is focused on trying to bring stuff back by February 6th of 2018. Again, nothing hard. This is proposed in draft. And again, we would be available and certainly willing to entertain all direction from staff, from the board to staff to come back. So just to finally get to the recommended actions, to receive this report on the status, to direct staff around returning to the board with a process for determining legal non-conforming status that works with the Article 10 of Chapter 35 for existing medicinal cannabis cultivators, and then also if your board would like to give us direction on establishing a date by which legal non-conforming cultivation sites have to either get a county permit or cease operations. There is an opportunity for your board to provide any and all other direction to staff, and then finally a recommended action to make the CEQA findings at the end of that. And with that, that ends a staff's presentation, and we'll entertain further questions.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dennis, on the recommended actions, and this was a question I asked of Dan earlier, I thought that the original recommended action on that second bullet, establishing a date. Oh, okay. You're asking us to direct staff. Okay, I thought you were asking us to establish the date. Just direct staff to come back with a date. Thank you. It's been a long day.
I just wanted to follow up on that. What does it say? I mean, does it ask?
Yes, we're just asking staff. I thought what he was saying at the end there was for us to come up with a date right now.
That's right. I did. Yeah, I was too.
All we're doing
Thank you.
is
Got it.
asking them to come back with one.
Any other board questions of staff before we open it up for public comment? Are there any particular things that the board would like to have public comment on? Okay. We have 20 speaker slips.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 22 requests to speak on this item.
I'm going to have to limit it to 2 minutes each because there's plenty. This is the first time the board itself has had an opportunity to really review the work of everyone who's been invested in this to date, and I think we may have more to discuss. So 2 minutes it is.
And we are going to begin in Santa Maria with Pat Henson, to be followed by Lil Clary. Is Pat there?
Hello, board members. My family have lived for a long time in Tepesquay Canyon, and we are part of a Tepesquay Canyon Crisis Committee concerning this new legal marijuana. There would be more of us here today if it wasn't for the Alamo Fire. We are actually here today, but most of us are at home dealing with the aftermath of the Alamo Fire. What I want to say is that we rely on you to protect us as first from the illegal cannabis growing operations. They have ignored the mandatory orders to cease operations, and little has been done to monitor their activities by you, our representatives. Water availability, traffic, and fire danger are my main concerns. There should be a limit on the number of growing operations in Tembuscay Canyon. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lil Clary, to be followed by Susan Butler.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Lil Clary. I've lived in Tembuscay Canyon for over 20 years, and that includes the last 5 days when my husband and I sheltered in place in order to protect our property. I'm not bragging, and that probably means I'm a total idiot, but it does relate to what I want to say to you today. Throughout this fire, even while mandatory evacuation orders were in place, which should have stopped traffic coming back into the canyon, growers were running trucks night and day, I do not exaggerate, night and day, moving cannabis and equipment out of the canyon early on, and as of Sunday morning, moving that same product and equipment back into the canyon. This shows a reckless disregard for the safety not only of residents trying to get their families, livestock, and valuables out, but also of fire crews trying to get in. And as of this morning, their operations were hampering the attempts of PG&E crews who had rolled trucks into the canyon. There is one lane in and one lane out on most of Tembuscay Canyon Road. One accident could have meant people trapped and people dead. Clearly, the profit motive of these organizations trumped everything else. We ask that you not permit operations in Tembuscay Canyon. We are in a state-designated high fire hazard zone, and in fact, we are in the state's highest level of high fire hazard zone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Butler, to be followed by Thomas Gibbons.
Hello, board members. My name is Susan Butler. I have lived in Tembuscay for over 50 years. There are 3 generations of my family living in the canyon. We have seen droughts come and go, and vineyards grow and expand, and wells dry up. One thing we know beyond a doubt, water is a scarce and precious resource in Tembuscay. Without it, we can't survive in the canyon. The Alamo Fire has especially highlighted this issue, with helicopters drawing from reservoirs and any available source near the canyon. Cannabis growers use a lot of water. We know that. And lower water tables mean trouble for us. What will happen when the next fire hits? Where will the water come from? The farther firefighters have to go for water, the less chance of survival we have. Please protect our water supply for our families and future generations. Protect us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Gibbons, to be followed by Linda Tunnell.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, my name is Tom Gibbons. I've been on the fire line on the opposite side, over on the Cuyama side, and actually developing water sources for the fire department for 3 days. Tembuscay normally doesn't have irrigated agriculture. This is quite a shock to the water system. All these people live off of springs and perched water that's in the hills. The amount of water that's being used by this this new activity is drying up the water. Just so you know, all the surface water in the hills, we're in the middle of our damage assessment after the fire, and we're working toward Tembuscay, because Tembuscay is still an active fire area. All the springs have dried up. Water Canyon, the second time in my life I've seen Water Canyon dry. And the lower Cuyama below the dam is dry. So we'll have more after this end of this weekend. We'll be done with our damage assessment. I'm with the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District. I'm the Water Committee Chair. I'm the one that watches the watershed. You need to pay attention to this water source because it's disappearing, and I'd like to see the county water agency involved in this activity. I haven't seen a whole lot yet, but I think they're your best source to inform you. Thank you very much for your time.
We are actually going to come back to Santa Barbara for our next speaker, who is Philip Green, to be followed by Zane Saragosa.
Thank you, Chair Hartman, Board of Supervisors, and the Ad Hoc Committee. All the other county staff that have put in so much time on this, in educating themselves, working with the industry, and listening to the concerns of the county's communities. You have all clearly taken this issue to heart and are working to develop an ordinance that, while also laying a foundation for a blossoming industry and positive economic impact for the county, addresses the concerns of the communities. However, I must admit that I'm a little concerned with the potential that different spaces within the cannabis business ecosystem may be limited to different and discrete zoning types, most specifically cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution. Santa Barbara's ag land has been used for the growing, packing, and distribution of myriad agricultural products and crops, to include the extraction of essential oils. Cannabis is no different from lavender or peppermint when it comes to the processes used for extraction, to include the same fire, electrical, and building safety standards. Give us the requirements and we will go above and beyond to ensure compliance, safety, and the continued success and longevity of local businesses. Concerned community members are not the only ones who are imploring you to craft a well-defined, enforceable, and rational ordinance. As a member of the industry, I can promise you that if we are given a clear set of rules, we will follow them, and encourage new entrants to the industry to follow them, and to be the best neighbors we can be. Also work to ensure that cannabis in Santa Barbara County is viewed as a success from all sides of the issue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Zane Saragosa, to be followed by Paul Ekstrom.
Yes, my name is Zave Saragosa. I'm a native Carpenterian, retired deputy sheriff, Santa Barbara County. At this time, with the heat and everything, I still can't open my windows. It smells like a dead skunk in my backyard. That's not right. With the humidity and heat going up, it's unbearable. So I would consider the use of some kind of dampers or filters or something, and get this done. Also, because California is in violation of federal law, if and when they decide to do something, I don't think they're going to come down with a feather. They're going to come down with a hammer. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Ekstrom, to be followed by Anna Carrillo.
I have to read because I'm kind of nervous speaking in front of people, but okay, I would not be here today if the cannabis odor was not impacting the comfort in my home. Because it is not toxic does not mean I have to live with the smell. If my house was on the market, would I have to disclose this odor? I purchased my home years before a young man bought the lemon orchard next to me and built 18 acres of greenhouses 60 feet from my kitchen window. Flower growers are not going broke. Many live on beautiful estates far from the loud music, odors, and lights at night from their greenhouse operations. I live with the skunk odor most days 6 to 9 a.m. and 8 to 11 p.m. Santa Barbara County is known for world-class vineyards, and cannabis is likely next, but it should not negatively impact neighborhoods and schools. Please consider and require air scrubbing technology. The growers can afford it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Carrillo, to be followed by Bruce Watkins.
Hello, I'm Anna Carrillo, and Carpenteria's quality of life needs to be protected. Cannabis regulation needs to be based on legal, medical, safety, and welfare concerns for all. According to the results of the voluntary register, there are currently 52 operators. That's 24% of the current 216 growing medical marijuana in Carpenteria. They are in neighborhoods filled with areas of residences. There definitely weren't that many growing the summer of 2016 when smells in the Cravens area were first noticed and complaints began. Now there are pockets all over Carpinteria Valley and in the city where one notices the skunky weed smell. These should never have been allowed as there were no permits issued, so no one knows where these are, and hence the difficulty of enforcement. I support the ad hoc committee recommendation to eliminate the legal non-conforming status of existing medicinal cannabis cultivation sites. It's about time, and the legal non-conforming status should be terminated at the same time that the permitting process is in place, but I hope it's not when the Coastal Commission acts in 2019. I thought when I read that date, it was a misprint, but unfortunately it's not. The current complaint process to the zoning department is completely inadequate. I'll skip that. Because of close proximity to residential areas, Carpinteria High School, Howard School, 2 youth facilities, Carpinteria marijuana operations need to be grown in a completely sealed greenhouse system with scrubbers on exit vents so no odors leave cultivation sites. This nuisance issue is really an air quality issue, but currently APCD is supposedly only documenting complaints called in. At least that's what I've been told. Many of my friends have had friends visiting, enjoying the area, but then ask what's that skunky smell. Many Carpinteria neighbors can't open their windows and enjoy outdoor activities or sleep uninterrupted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce Watkins, to be followed by Barry Brand.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. So I just left about 20 fire vehicles on our ranch up on Tepesquay. This weekend, as the fires were burning towards Tepesquay, I approached local fire officials and gave them full, unlimited access and use of our property as a command center during the fires. Under full grading permits from the county, we've graded wide roads, parking areas, turnaround, service delivery vehicle areas that are better than anything up there in the Tepesquay area. We have great water wells that I gave them access to, and Cigarette Springs, which is on the property, gave them access to. So the firefighters took advantage of all that, and they set up operations on our property. And thankfully, no houses were burned up there, and looks like things are under control. I just want to point this out to say that, in an emergency, we offered to help our neighbors and local officials with everything we have and every resource we have. And other cannabis industry representatives in this room are similar to us. It's a desire to be transparent and openly supportive members of our communities. We're good people. Now, in December 2015, President Obama signed into effect the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment, and it gives the states the rights to have their own cannabis laws, and it protects cannabis industry companies that are operating in accordance with state laws. So, of course, we were talking about last month, SB 94, the trailer bill, sometimes called MCRSA, was just passed. Temporary commercial statewide licenses are available beginning January 1st under MCRSA. They're temporary licenses for 120 days, but only, and this is what it states in the trailer bill, if the applicant submits, among other things, a written authorization issued by a local jurisdiction that enables the applicant to conduct commercial cannabis activity at the location requested in the permit application. It's number 2 on the list of requirements. They'll reject your application if you don't have it. So here's the thing. If we don't apply for the temporary licenses from the state, we may not be covered under the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment from federal prosecution. And we can't apply for temporary state licenses without written authorization from the county. As such, every single cannabis industry representative in this room and in this county is left exposed for federal prosecution. And the same thing is true of every single one of their employees, and the same thing is true of every supplier in the county, prospectively, that sells them soils and sells them hoop houses and nutrients and everything else from a farming supply standpoint. So I know the current schedule from the county is to vote on something in February or March. Your time. Thank you. Just wanted you to pay attention. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Barry Brand, to be followed by John Culbertson.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm in favor of all what you have done so far for this new crop. I'm a 30-year resident of the Carpinteria Valley. I'm a 7th-generation farmer. My family has grown fruit trees and vegetables for many generations. Since we settled in Carpinteria 30 years ago, we have grown cut flowers, kosher herbs, edible herbs, and now medical herbs. I'm here to ask you to allow manufacturing on all ag parcels In the past, we had to switch from growing wholesale flowers to become bouquet manufacturers for supermarkets. And then we start selling bouquets for the e-business like Pro Flowers, Martha Stewart, and 800 Flowers. We had to do this to stay in business. Currently, I grow oregano, mint, basil, rosemary. And I'm looking to start extracting oil from these plants for the times when the market is soft and we can't sell all fresh product. I believe the same technology can be used for cannabis in the future, and when the market gets soft for fresh product, we can extract oil and sell this to food manufacturers or others that use the oil for their products. As a farmer, we need to be able to adapt to changing times. And that is why I ask you to please allow manufacturing for cannabis. Some examples are avocado growers who grow for avocado fruit, and some of them put it in guacamole when the prices are bad, or some of them extract oil. We have grape growers that grow grapes, and some of them make it into wine. Almond growers who sell almonds, or they make almond milk or almond oil. Dairy farmers, they sell milk, but some of them sell cheese, and some of them sell milk powder. And so we can go on and on and on. We need to be able to make our product usable, also when the times are hard to sell it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Culbertson, to be followed by Marilee Pebbles.
Supervisors and staff, my name is John Culbertson, and I live in the city of Carpinteria, adjacent to greenhouses located in the county. The greenhouse lighting and marijuana odor affect our family. Imagine if you woke up one night and your whole backyard was lit up by greenhouse lights, and you had never been through any planning process, no notification process whatsoever. That's what our family lives with. So the process, as Mr. Supervisor Williams pointed out, is less than perfect at the moment. I urge you to require any grandfathered marijuana grow operations to follow the same rules and get the same permits as would be required of new applicants. I further request that you include housing within 1,000 feet of all greenhouse applicants, whether grandfathered or new, to be notified of permit applications and related hearings, regardless if the housing is located in the county or in an incorporated city such as Carpinteria. I think this could help with some of the processes you've been talking about wanting to address, input from people and also orderly planning process. When I replace my roof, when I build a wall, I have to go through a planning process, or quite often a simple one where I speak in some venue like this. I get a permit, I'm inspected. Sometimes someone objects, sometimes someone comes to speak on my behalf. That's what we all expect, those in agriculture, those in the residences. We expect an orderly process that applies to all of us. I'm asking you to not look at the past. The past hasn't been too good here. Let's look to the future and make it better. That's all we can do as people, all of us together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marilee, and I believe it's Peebles, to be followed by John DeFriel.
Supervisors and staff, I've lived in Carpinteria for over 30 years, and I'm in favor of the supervisors' concerns to have clear regulations and get it right. We know from the current unpermitted medical grows, there's no way to control what is going on, no knowledge of what is actually legal at this point, and hands are tied to when it comes to enforcement. I'm confident that the anticipated county permits and regulations will be handled correctly now that we see the problems inherent with no strong regulations. My concern is once the industry is up and running, will the county have the staff and money to enforce the regulations? Yesterday, Sonoma County announced they're hiring 14 regulators just for marijuana. The area that I live in above Foothill, there's about 24 homes. I'm a half mile from a known grower and could be closer to other growers that we just don't know about. But I smell the pot every day, the growth pot. And there's a neighbor in our neighborhood who wanted to make wine in his garage. And our whole neighborhood was given notice of this because he had to have a permit. And I'm hoping that when permits are issued for the growing of marijuana, that neighbors within a certain distance will also be notified. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John DeFriel, to be followed by Leo Elowitz.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and also thank you very much, Ad Hoc Committee, to all the hours you guys have put in. You know, I think it's clear what everyone hopes to get out of this process: some tax revenue, ensuring revitalization of existing agricultural infrastructure, environmental and water rights protections, public health and safety, agricultural protections for the right to farm and choose crops and process the crops as you see fit. Everyone in the industry has continued to maintain dialogue with the county and work on a forward-looking, forward-moving, progressive model towards the future of the regulations. What's being proposed now should have been proposed 18 months ago in January of 2016, and the industry would have come forward in full support of it. We're now 18 months late, and unfortunately this is a redundant policy because at the state level, the collective model that legal nonconforming is based upon currently expires 1 year from the date that the state starts issuing licenses. So regardless, legal nonconforming will be gone 1 year from the day that the state starts issuing it. And if you're going to go out and come out with amortization schedules for how long it takes to close each of these legal nonconforming ones or non-legal nonconforming ones down based on determinations, that could still take years. Some people are $10,000 invested into this industry, some people $1 million, some people $10 million. Those people may take 5 years to recoup their investment, but likely they're going to come in line, get state and county permits, come into the fold, because regardless of getting their amortization, legal nonconforming's dead in no time anyways. So the industry clearly came forward and met the county in the middle with the registry. You saw an extremely large number of applicants, potential for 1,200 acres, which is an extremely reasonable number given that there's 8,000 acres of strawberries, 20,000 acres of grapes, and 25,000 acres of broccoli, just to mention the top 3 in the county, gross-wise. This is a reasonable number, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leo Elowitz, to be followed by John Stashenko. Is Leo here? Okay, we're going to go with John Stashenko, to be followed by Peter Candy.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for taking the time out to hear us out today and hear the Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you, Ad Hoc Committee, for all of the hours that you have put in. I would just like to make 2 points. One is I would like to urge the Board of Supervisors and Ad Hoc Committee to put as quick of a time frame on the ability to receive legal nonconforming use status so that permits can be issued, so that regulation can go into place and we can get all of these issues into order on both sides. I think there's been a lot of valid points today that I would like to see ironed out as soon as possible. The other point I would like to make is that I would urge the board to consider laboratory testing in the county. I think that this is a great benefit to the industry as a whole, as well as to the time frame and the process and efficiency in regulating this industry. The testing labs, they have no foot traffic, no odor, no water use. They have no or minimal environmental impact, and they do create a huge decrease in liability for everybody having to do with this industry to see that there is safe and effective product. For instance, on a lot of the science that we have seen, good and bad, for cannabis as a benefit and for it as a negative, there is no testing on that to show what pesticides or microbial contaminants were in that cannabis that are having an effect on those studies. So if we had laboratory testing, we would be able to ensure that our science is clean and that there is health and safety for all, and allow us to, act in a very sustainable, safe industry. Thank you for your time.
Chair Hartman.
Oh, sorry.
Over here.
Yes, sorry.
Over here. Me. Well, I really wanted to ask our last speaker a question. If you could come back up here. What exactly are you talking about testing? What kind of testing are we talking about here?
The same type of testing that you would have for any food that would go on the shelves for funguses or bacteria that could be detrimental, as well as for any chemical residues on the product itself. So when we see the results from these science institutions, we don't know if the negative or positive effects are being caused by a chemical that was applied to that crop.
Well, so you're going to do it yourself? You're going to test your own commodity?
No, I urge the board to allow professional analytical laboratory scientists that do this testing to test cannabis as well. These labs already exist. I'm not saying to reinvent the wheel, just to allow these laboratories to test cannabis for safety.
Okay, well, I don't know how we'd prevent, like Primus, from testing a commodity? I mean, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, they have to, I'm sorry, the state law, you have to be able, they can only operate with a permit. So it can't just be, you can't just open, Primus just couldn't turn around and say, I'm accepting cannabis now as a new commodity. It has to be detailed out that it is allowable usage. And so that's what he's talking about. So all of it, anything that gets to market has to go through testing. So you either ship it out for testing or you do it locally.
Well, you know, there's a number of testing labs, and there's going to be at least one county. I mean, Precision's in Fresno County, and the heck's the other one down in Ventura County. There's another testing lab in Ventura, tissue testing lab in soil in Ventura County. So somebody's going to have something for you, because you can't do it yourself. I mean, that's what I wanted to make sure. You know, if you don't have a third party testing your commodity, you haven't really tested it. Right.
I agree. And currently there are permitted testing laboratories in California in other counties. And so for us, you know, we, due to drift from other crops and being neighboring to crop dusting and helicopter sprays, we often get our products tested in batch, and the state is suggesting that we get everything tested in 10-pound lots. So every 10 pounds you would need to have a randomized testing from the state in order to prove safety. Now, right now we have to ship all of our cannabis out of the county to have it tested. Those fees, taxes, revenues all go out of the county, as well as it costs us money and time to get those samples to the laboratories that are outside of the county. So I would just urge the county to have laboratory testing here in the county.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No problem.
Our next speaker is Peter Candy, to be followed by Graham Farr.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I represent cannabis growers who eagerly await a local pathway to compliance for both existing cultivation and future support licenses, such as packaging, manufacturing, and distribution. I'd like to thank the ad hoc committee, including the CEO's office, planning and development, and especially Supervisors Lavanino and Williams for their leadership on this important issue. My clients appreciate the enormous amount of time and effort that the county has put into the ad hoc committee process. We are supportive of the progress that the committee has made to date on key issues such as vertical integration. However, we strongly discourage the board from directing staff to proceed with recommended action B1. This is the amendments to Article 10 establishing a new legal nonconforming determination process, one which is based on the old medical collective model. To be legal nonconforming under Article 10, operators must demonstrate they are compliant with all state law requirements, including the medical collective model put in place as a result of Prop 215 and SB 420. The medical collective model will be replaced on January 8, 2018, when new state rules for medical and recreational use go into effect, directing staff to verify compliance with an outdated model that will be obsolete in less than 5 months is confusing, not to mention burdensome, and not the most efficient use of the county's time. My clients are currently focused 100% on getting their houses in order to demonstrate compliance with the new regulatory framework.
And that is your time.
We urge the county to stay focused on developing a forward-looking ordinance based on recent developments in cannabis policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Graham Farrar, to be followed by Liz Rogan.
Hi, Chair Hartman and board. I first want to start by thanking the entire board, particularly the ad hoc committee and staff, for all the work that you guys are doing on this. I understand that it's a big lift, it's a lot of work, and I appreciate it as a lifelong resident, a voter, as well as somebody who's in the industry. So I also appreciate the fact that you guys are moving expeditiously through this so that Santa Barbara can be competitive on the state's market as Prop 64 is implemented. This is, as has been mentioned, has come into California. The only question is, does Santa Barbara get to reap the benefits of it? And so I appreciate the work that you guys are doing there. Along those lines, I'd like to suggest and advocate that you leverage that work to include all license types, specifically in addition to cultivation. That would be manufacturing as well as packaging and distribution. Those business uses are good to have co-located close to the cultivation. There's no reason for us to export that out of the county or even to require that people transport the product around for extraction, for manufacturing, and for distribution. So I'd encourage you to continue the path that you're on and the ad hoc committee is on in terms of supporting all license types for agricultural zones. I'd also like to echo what Mr. Candy said there and suggest that the board not direct staff to spend precious resources looking backwards in terms of verifying the legal nonconforming that is soon to be updated, but instead spend that time moving us forward towards a permit pathway. None of the complaints that we've heard here are really addressed by looking backwards at legal nonconforming. They are addressed by an ordinance that has requirements that help to deal with those issues. So I know that it can feel like a lot and that it's coming fast, medical cannabis has been here in California for 20 years, so what we're really doing is just bringing that into the light and regulating it, and I appreciate your help in doing that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Rogan, to be followed by Jared Ficker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors Chair, and thank you, everyone. I just want to say thank you. I know we've all stood up here and said thank you, but we really do appreciate it. It's obviously a multifaceted issue that has a lot of parts to it. So thank you, honestly. I wanted to address the testing issue because that seemed like a big thing. I personally work with patients in Santa Barbara County. So first off, legally, it is a requirement under the new laws that it's tested by a third party. So you can't test your own stuff. You have to send it to a specific lab. Testing is a license type, so that's going to be a separate thing. This is testing. It's very important for this testing. Anything that you consume or drink is tested. All the alcohol, everything you eat has information about what's in it. The fact that you wouldn't expect that on your cannabis is seemingly crazy to me. Things about testing, what they test is they test THC potency, so they test for potency. They test for cannabinoids, which is telling you about the oils and the terpenes and different parts of it that you're smelling. And so it also tests for pesticides, as John had mentioned, microbial contaminants. This is really important. This is for patients too, and it's for adult use. You want to know what's in that. If you're going to give that to your kid or your grandmother, I want to know every single time that that has 2.5 milligrams in it. That's an old lady. She could fall. We need to know this. This is mandatory, and it's really important. We need to keep our money here. We need to take care of our families, our friends, our constituents. And also, I think a lot of it falls to a lack of education. Obviously, we haven't done our job, and there hasn't been enough information about this to let you know all these important things, why testing is important, why manufacturing and transportation is important. And also, as Dr. Dean had brought up, which is excellent, there's a lack of education in so many areas. So I urge you and ask you to please keep that in the forefront, and it's really important. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Jared Ficker, to be followed by Mark Russell.
Thank you. Chair Hartman and members of the board, Jared Ficker from California Strategies. I represent a number of cannabis-related businesses here in the county. Thank you sincerely for this update and opportunity to comment. And as many have, I truly want to thank the ad hoc committee and the staff who've put really countless hours into this so far. This has been an expedited process that I think the county is doing an excellent job of trying to respond to these new state statutes and move forward, and truly up to date. Everyone's done a fine job. What I'd like to do is just encourage some additional creativity in the work that staff are doing in conjunction with the ad hoc committee and ultimately making recommendations back to the board. The existing approach with legal nonconforming uses focuses only on cultivation and more importantly lacks a mechanism to begin addressing the concerns mentioned in the hearing today: water usage, odor, a lot of things that I think you're hearing from stakeholders in this community that they'd like to see addressed immediately. And so I'd really like to see more continued work on creating a timely compliance pathway for cannabis businesses more immediately. I think the legal nonconforming approach lacks the robustness to start to address these issues of concern in the community. And so if we can start to look at some interim permitting and licensing strategies, you have a number of people who have just completed and participated in the county's registry process. People are working very hard to race to a pathway to compliance, and I think with some ongoing creative work with both the ad hoc committee and members of the staff, I think we can find ways to address a lot of these community concerns much faster than truly looking backwards and looking more forward to some of the regulatory structure that's coming from the state. So thank you for your time today, and keep up the good work.
Our next speaker is Mark Russell, to be followed by Dan Fox.
Hi, Supervisors. Mark Russell. I own a local dispensary in the city of Goleta. I've been operating since 2005. I got a lot of experience in the industry. I met Doss Williams probably 10 years ago when you were sitting, I guess, in a different office, but locally. Janet Wolf, I've met you quite a few times. Over the years, it's always been about compassion. It hasn't been about profit. It hasn't been about money. It hasn't been about taxes. It's been about being a good neighbor, being resourceful, helping patients, educating them. Now the state has taken it upon themselves to separate what used to be legal. I've heard a couple people say that, the legal non-conforming use is a backdate, 1 year, it sunsets 1 year. Currently, that is the only legal way to cultivate and distribute cannabis in the state right now, is under that collective model for individuals, for patients, with recommendations. Don't dismiss what's been legal for the last 20 years. And I'm hoping that it gives us a channel to continue to operate. I recently closed down a cultivation that was in the unincorporated area of Santa Barbara due to neighborhood complaints. I'm not here to create complaints. I don't want, I need my neighbors looking out for me just as much as I would want to look out for them. So I chose to close down one of my operations. I would hope that the ad hoc committee and the supervisors would find a channel for someone that's been able to operate for 10 years with no criminal prosecutions, no complaints, up until the one disgruntled family, and give us a channel to find a location under that grandfather. We have LLCs, we have income tax returns, we have everything to prove that we were in good standing at the time of the January 19th. So just give a channel for the legal non-conforming use. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Fox, who is our final speaker.
Final speaker is a lot of pressure. First of all, thank you to everyone involved in this review of how to best manage and capitalize on the marijuana crop. And in particular, Supervisors Williams and Lavanino and Mr. Bozanich and his staff. And looking at this as neutrally as possible, a couple of things seem to rise to the top in evaluating how best for Santa Barbara County to move forward. Number one, to reinforce Supervisor Adams' comments earlier, citizens of the state of California voted by a heavy majority to move forward with medical and recreational marijuana. Number two, it's my understanding that the County of Santa Barbara has a $30 million budget deficit and a strong interest in finding more employment opportunities. If this is the case, it would seem like a severe dereliction of duty to not capitalize on the financial and employment opportunity that the voters of California have provided. Number three, for the large majority of California citizens, the opportunity for the county and the state to capitalize on and regulate the industry that has only grown larger for the past 50+ years is a once-in-a-lifetime and a once-in-a-term opportunity to do something invaluable on behalf of the county and the state. Number four, having attended many of the county hearings over the past many months, it seems very apparent that the vast majority of the individuals involved already or who are preparing to get involved in this new cannabis industry are very eager to be excellent and law-abiding business people and citizens. And the final point I have, it would also seem to be a dereliction of duty to obstruct the financial and employment opportunity that's in our midst and allow other counties in California to capitalize well ahead and likely instead of Santa Barbara County. Thank you very much.
And that was our final speaker. So I close the public comment portion of this hearing and we come back to staff. And if you would like to respond to anything that you heard during public comment.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I do want to clarify just a couple points because I think we got off track with regard to a few things. And first, with regard to the license types that are under consideration, after rereading the section of the board letter that Supervisor Wolf was citing, I could see how you could read that sentence to believe that certain license types were not under consideration, like testing and volatile extraction. Those, I want to clarify, those are under consideration. But once again, there's been no determination or recommendation to your board about which license types and under what conditions you should issue those license types. This is all going to happen at the end of the EIR process. Second, with regard to the non-conforming regulations that we're directing you to have us go back and work on and return to your board with, this was, I would say, this is probably the most difficult topic that our subcommittee has confronted yet. We've had numerous meetings with county council, with the CEO. We've also met with operators. We're trying to figure out the best possible solution given, once again, the regulatory context in which we currently find ourselves and knowing that new regulations are coming into effect soon. We considered things like, could we adopt maybe an ordinance for temporary permits in the meantime? Well, that's going to require ordinance amendments, and that would likely, especially if you're to be considering allowing things beyond just the cultivation that's currently allowed, that in itself would likely be subject to a whole CEQA process. So that was an option that we did not pursue. There's also a suggestion or recommendation from the industry to rely on a registry to just say, okay, if you registered, you're compliant with existing regulations. Well, as Mr. Bazanich stated earlier, we got to corroborate that information. There's a lot of misinformation in that registry, and if we were to rely solely on that registry, we could see some definite problems when dealing with current operators. So I don't want this to be presented as something we just came up with. It's been subject to a lot of thought, and we've come up with what we believe is the best process and the best options for your board to take on, once again, this problematic situation in which we find ourselves today. So.
And I think Supervisor Lavanino wanted to weigh in on that point.
I didn't.
No?
I was just.
Okay. Okay. You're.
I'll say amen.
Okay. So.
I thought we were coming back for discussion. That's
no,
why.
And so that's all that we have in response to public comment from staff.
I have a question.
Sure, Supervisor Wolf.
Maybe Dr. Dean. You talked about the different studies and the kind of gradations of acceptable standards. There was a public commenter who talked about the fact that some cannabis may have been exposed to pesticides or other things that might have been incorporated in the testing. I'm assuming that's not the case, but can you elaborate on that?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair. Testing for pesticides will be an important part of what will be done moving forward in California. It's something that's included in the plan for the testing laboratories, and so that is an important question that needs to be looked at. It's being researched right now, but I don't have anything conclusive to tell you that has been found.
So I'm sorry I wasn't clear. When you talked about the impact of cannabis to kids and so forth, you said that there were studies that were done, conclusive studies.
Yep.
Were the studies using pure cannabis?
I don't know the details of if they included testing for pesticides in those studies. I'm not sure. I'd have to get down into the minutia of what was looked at in those studies, but I can say in general that testing for pesticides is an issue, and it's going to be, that's why it's an important part of moving forward what the laboratories are going to look at in California.
Supervisor Lavanino, your light is still on, so you had more, or, okay. Supervisor Adam?
All right, well, first of all, I think we're going to spend way more on mental health, public health, sheriff, courts, and maybe elsewhere than you're ever going to get off taxing this stuff. That said, it is what it is, and we are here now, and it's legal to the extent that it's legal, and so we'll try to make the best of it. I'm just going to tell the ad hoc committee how I feel about the thing, and you guys can do what you want. I guess I'll see it at the end and see if I can support it or not. I will not support any square footage or any other area charge on production. I think that production of agricultural commodities, and now marijuana is an agricultural commodity just like lettuce, and you know, I'm never going to support any kind of area charge on production, because you just can't start charging one commodity and then try and charge everybody else too. That's.
Can I ask you a question on that real quick? So I don't want to just go down a way that we're wasting time on, so that's important to me. So the other alternatives are, you know, on weight or gross receipts. You're fine with that? It's just the square footage.
Well, I don't know about gross receipts, because that doesn't mean anything, because, you know, if you sell $1 million worth and it costs you 1.2, you just, you don't, you shouldn't have to pay the tax.
Right. So the state is basing it on weight, so I think that's kind of the way you're looking at it.
Well, you know, I would look at it similar to wine or beer or something. You know, there's a well-developed taxation method with that, and everybody knows what it is, and I think I'd do something similar to that. I would like to see all outdoor cultivation in residential areas prohibited. You know, you can't have, you know, if somebody wants to grow their 6 plants, great, do it in the garage, because you can at least contain the thing, and the security of you know, we have a situation in Orchid where there's a bunch of nails on the fence. You know, they're trying to take action to prevent people from stealing it from them, and you know, then that outdoor cultivation is just an attractive nuisance, and it just leads to problems and complaints, and those are the things that as supervisors we like to eliminate. And I think that's one way to really limit that. I would like to see, and I know there's going to be howling here, but I would like to see, for the same reasons that we shouldn't have outdoor cultivation in residential areas, all of the cultivation activities on 40-acre parcel size minimum, because then it's out there in appropriate sized parcels where it's not being produced in or near residential areas for the most part. It's just going to reduce the number of complaints that we have county-wide, and I think that's a good thing, especially for supervisors. And I agree with the concept that ag should be able to process and add value on the site where it's grown, and I think that's true with all ag. Whatever you want to do with your product to add the values, whether that's olives or grapes or broccoli or whatever you want to grow, since this is now an ag commodity, I think we need to open that up, and that's just part of the business. This testing thing, I don't understand why that seems to be a point of contention, because, you know, it seems like a no-brainer to me that you got to be able to test, and we have a great testing laboratory in Santa Maria called Primus Labs, and I don't know why we would tell them they can't test that. And you could test every other ag commodity, but you can't test that. So that's my thoughts on the thing.
Madam Chair, can I address
Supervisor
those?
Lavanino, yes.
Okay, so I appreciate the no square foot production. We're working on a bunch of different, we've kind of bandied about a bunch of different ones, so I appreciate that. The all outdoor in residential, no outdoor in residential, I think that's already prohibited. I mean, what we were originally discussing would not be allowed. We've already ruled that out, I think, as far as that was step one. The all cultivation in 40 acre plus, is that just outdoor, or because one of our problems that I thought you might come across is that a vast majority of the greenhouses in Carpinteria are on 5 acre and less. It's not essentially outdoor, it's in a greenhouse, but I mean, if you eliminated 40 acre and above, you would pretty much eliminate all of Carpinteria and South County from production. So,
well, let's anyways. You guys go wrestle with that.
Okay, we'll wrestle that bear.
That is a bullet I have successfully dodged.
Yes, and then value added, I got that one. And then the other thing on testing with Primus is, and I'm sure that they're looking at it, but they would have to go out and get a license to be able to do that other product. They're not going to just treat it like any other ag product. The state isn't.
Okay.
So it is a specialty crop that would require a license. So I'm sure there's people chomping at the bit out there to open up another testing lab to just handle this product.
Doubt it,
well, I don't know, because if every 10 pounds you've got to test.
Well, I got to say, as an agricultural producer,
right.
10 pounds is ridiculous.
Agreed.
That's not going to last.
Right.
You know, that's not going to last, because when you start making, 1,000 pounds, you're really going to make them test every 10 pounds? I mean, that's ridiculous. And so at some point, you're going to have lot testing, and there's a certain amount that came out of a certain geographic area, whether that be a hoop house or a greenhouse or anything else, or even out from an open field, I guess. And you're going to have to test that and call it all one lot and take random samples out of that. Maybe you have to have more than one sample. I don't know. But ultimately, I can't imagine that they're going to leave that at 10 pounds. And that may be what it is today. But, we're really thinking in really small terms. And when you start creating massive amounts of this stuff on a legal basis, then it's going to start getting tested much more frequently. And I don't know that any lab can test a 10-pound increment, because although they would love to do that, it's probably not practical even for commercial labs to be testing.
I think the commercial testing laboratories must have had a very strong presence in Sacramento when this was written.
Okay, I don't know. There's only 3 labs that I know of, and maybe there's some more. There's some more in the grape world that I'm not listing there. Those 3 that I'm thinking of are veg related, and Fruit Growers Lab was the other one from Ventura. But testing is something that's widely done, but you don't do it on a 10-pound basis. That just ain't going to happen, not in the long term. So if Primus doesn't want to do it, somebody else will. I mean, somebody's going to do it, and maybe Primus doesn't want to. And like you say, if we want to make it legal here and nobody decides to do it, then that's the private sector's choice. But I don't see why we would say it wasn't legal.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you to everyone who presented today. I was particularly moved by Dr. Dean's presentation to hear conclusive and substantial evidence on the impacts. I mean, I don't think that it's necessarily surprising. We've known this. I think what we have in front of us, though, is an opportunity to regulate and to monitor, the cultivation and other potential licenses for cannabis. But honestly, I know it's an ag commodity. I guess that's the definition. It is an ag commodity. But I think it's disingenuous to compare it to broccoli or lavender. Those certainly don't have the same negative health effects that cannabis does. So I look at this industry a little bit differently, I suppose. So I'm pretty pragmatic. I understand that banning is not going to happen in this county, but I do think that we can and we should regulate. And the whole issue of licenses, I think needs to come back to the Board of Supervisors and for a more robust discussion. The young woman who spoke about the testing, I thought was interesting to hear from her, to hear from Supervisor Adam in Lavignino. I didn't realize there was a testing facility in the Santa Maria area, but there's other licenses that I think that we should have a more robust discussion on. And so when we have that meeting on September 19th, that it comes back to the Board of Supervisors, I suggest that we look at the different licenses and really have more information on what the licenses are, what the impacts are. Do we want to move forward with them? Do we want to limit them? Should we limit them? I just think we need to have that discussion. The issue on legal non-conforming, it's unfortunate that we're at that place that we are right now. And I am looking to P&D to move us forward in that and get that settled as soon as possible, because it's pretty outrageous to me that when we set a moratorium date on that January, whatever it was, 2016, a moratorium means no more, right? And so the fact that there have been more cultivation sites and our county hasn't done anything or didn't do anything to stop them is just unconscionable to me. Why did we even move forward with that if there was no enforcement mechanism? So to the extent that you can move forward and get that settled and squared away, I think that we need to do that post haste and get that done. I think neighborhood compatibility is something that's really, I think it's important to all of us. But when I hear folks from Tepesquay and Carpinteria talking about what they're living with on a daily basis, I think it's wrong. And I'm disappointed that we haven't done more in enforcement to take some action. So anyway. And this is the issue in Carpinteria has been going on for a while. I had issues in my district. We heard from someone today who said that he stopped growing in my district. Well, I think there were. I guess I probably shouldn't get into the specifics of a particular case, but the fact is that we do have enforcement opportunities. And I suggest that we use them. But in any event, I think that September 19th meeting, we should either have a special meeting or set aside a good amount of time, maybe in the evening, so we can have some more individuals from our neighborhoods, because I've heard that as a complaint from some of my residents, that they can't make it to these meetings to the ad hoc meetings that are held during the day. Usually land use meetings are held in the evening, and so I would suggest that we do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This is a really confounding issue, and I appreciate all of the hard work that everyone has done. I think I'm going to start broad and then come more narrow. And the first thing that I'd like to say is that the only discussion we've had as a board of these issues really came with the registry. And I haven't been attending the workshops because I don't want to raise any Brown Act issues. But I hope that what we can do in the future is when it says provide other direction to staff, we can take some of the things that you've got in the different areas like land use issues or permits, business, that you could map it out for us in a way that we could have more meaningful discussion, or at least map out why the logic train to how you got where you did. Because it's still a very difficult issue and very difficult to process, and for us to have an opportunity to really weigh in on the key decision points. So I did hear a lot from people coming to my office and people today about the issue of non-conforming, and I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation that they go back and look at that. I think there are some legal issues that make that extremely important that we get that right, and so I'm not going to ask that we override staff recommendation. I still have some general questions. Do these regulations have to do with hemp, or is that on some other track entirely?
Chair Hartman, the industrial hemp regulations is now included in a whole separate division in CDFA. It's not a part of the Cal Cannabis Licensing Division. It's a part of their seed enforcement program.
So we as a county don't have to worry about that?
Well, when it comes to the new regulations and what will be required by hemp cultivators, we have yet to see the regulations because they haven't developed that. And once we have seen a draft regulation, I'll bring it to the ad hoc to see if this is something that has to be included in a land use ordinance.
Okay. Supervisor Adam?
I'm just wondering, it doesn't seem like, from what I know about hemp, which isn't much, it doesn't seem like Santa Barbara County would really be suitable for much production of industrial hemp.
We have had some interest, but it's minimal at this point.
Yeah, because generally it's kind of a low value crop and it takes a lot of water, it takes a lot of heat units, so I can't really imagine anybody raising very much of it, maybe in Cuyama, but the water's so expensive you got to raise carrots. I don't think it's an issue really for us. I can't imagine it being an issue for us.
Well, you said in the registry that some people asked. Anyway, we won't worry about that now. I don't have to worry about that. What I would like to worry about a little more, though, is Cal Ag. And this gets to some issues that Supervisor Adam has raised. And as I understand your presentation about Cal Cannabis, the program EIR, these are things that are coming from the state. And my question is, what does this mean for the county? Do we just defer, or do we do things, and then that gets us in trouble with Supervisor Adam, who doesn't want cannabis to become a model for other agricultural crops, and I share his concerns. So have I stated that enough? You can respond to it.
Are you referring to the legal definition of what cannabis is according to the law?
No, I'm referring to Cal Cannabis, your presentation, and things that that would be regulated so that we wouldn't be converting prime, unique, or farmland of statewide importance to non-agricultural use, conversion of farmland to cannabis cultivation from other crops, issues about water. I mean, these are issues that I think are really important to protect other agricultural crops and lands And yet we're in kind of a dilemma, because if we regulate cannabis differently than we do other crops, where are we? So I don't understand how this relates to county authorities.
Well, for the record, I just want to say that I'm not particularly concerned about choices of crops, you know, and I'm not concerned about water use. I think the water use is sort of a red herring thing. You know, these things are going to determine themselves. These things, the market is going to determine what people can do and where people can produce effectively, and those people in marginal water areas are probably going to be temporary visitors to those areas, because their water is going to get expensive and they're not going to be able to produce there, and they're going to stop doing it.
We're told that people in Tepesquay Canyon have water trucks coming up and cracking the roads
I understand,
for a high-value crop.
I understand what's being said. There's about to become more water in Tepesquay than there has been for 50 years, because all the brush just got burned, which takes up all the water. So this is going to start leaking out of the hill pretty quick. So I wouldn't worry about that particular thing at this particular time. But, you know, as it relates to the entire county, I'm not, and agriculture in general, I think that it's best to leave that to the market to determine what people grow and where people grow it and all that. So I didn't want you to be able to misperceive what I was trying to say with respect to that. It was limited to the taxation of commodities being produced. And I personally disagree with the fact that marijuana, I think it should be a pharmaceutical. But that's irrelevant here, because now we've, in all our infinite societal wisdom, we have said that it's an agricultural commodity officially. So that's what it is now. And what my objection is limited to taxation of areas of production of agricultural commodities in general, and this one in particular.
Thank you. That's eliminated one horn of my dilemma, but
Okay,
I
perfect.
still...
So glad I could help.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, as we're talking about the status of marijuana, I'm going to ask Johanna Hartley to just address the fairly limited definition that addresses cannabis as an agricultural product only for a section of the Business and Professions Code. It's not a global definition.
So, Chair and Supervisors, one thing that's remained consistent throughout the various versions of both medical and non-medical marijuana laws is that the state has retained language that says, for purposes of this division, cannabis is an agricultural product. And this division is referring to Division 10 of the Business and Professions Code. So for other purposes, cannabis is treated as a controlled substance.
Supervisor Wolf and then Williams.
I have another question that I just thought of. You know, there was mention of the treasurer tax collector. Is he involved in your discussions?
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Wolf. So I've had multiple conversations with Treasurer Tax Collector Hagan. He is waiting till we're a little further down the road with some greater clarity about where we might be going with the licensing until he engages in that process. I mentioned those work groups that we're forming. So the intent would be to have he or his staff with us in that working group as we begin to figure out processes for application and any kind of implementation of that business licensing process.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino, your light was on after you left. I wasn't sure if you wanted to save a place to say something, or Supervisor Williams.
I was just going to speak in agreement to your worry about conversion, that there's a scenario under which conversion could go too far. And I think that would be not only an issue of identity in some places. I mean, Carpinteria doesn't have an overwhelmingly large amount of acreage. So it's, I think, a particular concern in the Carpinteria Valley, but I think it's obviously a concern in multiple places. And we have talked about at the ad hoc, but not reached a recommendation on what limits to conversion could take place. There's lots of different ways you could do that. You could put some limitations on overall acreage that is to be permitted. You could put some limits on number of permits. You could do a conversion percentage contained in permits. Those are the different ideas that we've talked about, but we have not reached a conclusion. And I just wanted to say that the countervailing forces, I get Supervisor Adams' point that what we want to do is do the fewest negative precedents for interference with other crops, because this is kind of a weird tweener, right? It's not in most crops you don't need to go get a permit to grow, right? But this one you do. So I'm not sure that we can do it with no precedents, but I hear you that you want us to do it with the minimum negative sort of precedents for other crops.
Supervisor Wolf, did you have something you want? I had another question just about sensitive receptors. I know what that is in terms of air quality, but I wasn't sure what it was in terms of what's on page 3 of 6 in our staff report. But sensitive receptors would be important for odor control, important for how you would cite marijuana fields, I gather. So I didn't, is it schools? Is it young children? Is it, what is sensitive receptors in this context?
Madam Chair, all of the above, no. In reality, it is most commonly used in the context of air pollution control district regulations and odors. You have sensitive receptors. That is people who are sensitive to various odors and minimizing the nuisances that can result from that. But it could also be used in the context of, for example, noise. You have people operating in different environments have different susceptibilities and sensitivities to noise levels. So it was intended to be used generally to talk about anybody that could have any sort of adverse impact from any one of the multitude of cannabis
Okay,
activities.
so you're interpreting it very broadly right now, and
Yes,
now
ma'am.
you're saying like 600 feet. When you come back, give us a justification. We heard 1,000 feet from somebody else suggesting today, so give us a basis for what you ultimately recommend that we adopt.
Yeah, one general comment to your board, I want to make explicitly clear, we have not finished the environmental review process. That's very important to have information that we can rely upon when making recommendations to your board. So I know everybody wants to jump right into this and start providing opinions, but I think it's very important to let that process play out first before we make any sort of serious policy recommendations and definitely any decisions on what should be done.
Just 2 more points, I guess. One is I really agree with Supervisor Adam about capturing value, processing labs, good jobs, anything we can do to not just produce raw crop that we send out, but we capture the value here is very important. And then the issue about the 40 acres, Ag 1 in my district, at least in the Santa Ynez Valley where I live, Ag 1 is really residential properties, 20-acre, 30-acre lots. So I think bringing marijuana cultivation into those neighborhoods is problematic. So I would ask you to, as you work about greenhouses on 5 acres, and think about the Santa Ynez Valley too, and what that would mean there. I think that's all I have, and I see Supervisor Lavanino, your light is on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I think this was a really good exercise to get some input so we don't start down a bunch of different avenues that have nowhere to go. And I just want to say that I feel very confident in dealing with our staff, that we actually have the right staff. We've got the right people on this. Some people have charged that I think from the industry, we heard that we were behind, that there's other counties that have already moved forward. And when I look at some of the product that they've come out with and some of the taxation structures they have, I'm glad that we've not been the first ones into the fire because some of them really don't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. And I've heard others say that we're moving too fast. And I think one of our P&D staff actually said in our last meeting it was the first time P&D's ever been charged with moving too fast on a project. So we're probably somewhere in the middle. And I also think there was a couple of really good things that came out of the public today, and I really want to applaud the public. I know I've got a lot of people very upset with me right now, and but I'm glad that they're still being very polite and still offering their positions in a constructive way. That's very helpful. You know, I think a couple of things that I took out today were. We should be bringing in a water, somebody from our, whether it's Mr. Fayram or a staff member, bringing that person into our ad hoc. You know, I understand, like Supervisor Adams said, that is sometimes a red herring. Every time somebody wants to slow a project down, they say, well, there's water issues. And I did talk to Mr. Fayram about what the water situation is in Tippesgay, and I don't think we really have, it's not in a Sigma situation, but I'm not sure we have the best information, and it's probably something we need to be looking at. The other item, and I can't remember your name, sir, this, that mentioned about notification within 1,000 feet, regardless if it's a county or city. That's a really good point, is because I don't know if we would normally do that. We would only do it inside the county. So, and in Carpinteria and some other areas, we are going to be crossing city, county, municipal lines. So we need to be aware of that. And I think that's a really good idea. The idea of legal non-conforming, we've sat in these meetings for hours, and I don't think there's an easy way to do it. So I'm going to trust that we come up with the best way possible. We've heard from industry. We've also heard from decision makers. We've heard from our staff, and we're going to try to do the best way we can to get people that are feel that they're legal. We'll find out, make that determination. If you don't feel you're legal, I mean, if you feel that you're legal and we make the determination that you're not, you know, there's going to be a process to go about how to get yourself in the permitting path. So I think we're moving in the right direction. Well, I know we're moving in the right direction. I'm very confident staff's got us moving in the right direction. Because at the end of the day, I think we all are looking for the same thing, the minimal impact on our neighborhoods. And I really appreciate the input today from those that aren't on the ad hoc. It's going to make our lives a lot easier, and looking forward to the next update.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I know the day's been long and part of it was painful, but I do want to tell you that the input from board members not on the ad hoc has been really helpful. I think this has really been useful to have this check-in. The town halls have also been great, and and I've been really encouraged. Particularly, I'm going to be you know, a little bit Carpinteria patriot here, and just say, especially I feel like, especially the input I get from Carpinteria residents, because I feel like you are both the growers and neighbors are trying to be practical and look at this on a framework of how it can work. And I really, really appreciate that constructiveness. So want to thank both the members of the public and my colleagues for the input today. And we will try very hard to have a product that everyone will say is a lot better than the status quo.
And I just had one final comment, and then CEO Miyasato. And in my short period here on the board, this is unprecedented in terms of the kind of collaboration and coordination across departments, and that takes real leadership, and that takes tremendous goodwill, and it shows how hard you're working, and I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for that.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, I asked Mr. Bozanich just to put on the screen the the dates of no later than, I'm sorry, this is hard to read. I just want to make sure there's clarity with the staff and the board, at least until we come back to the board on September 19th of all the activities. So as you see, we show there's no later than September 19th, we would come back to the board, and that's a meeting that would be in Santa Maria. And so currently that's a daytime meeting, a regular board meeting, and that same day they're scheduled to be an EIR meeting as well.
And I think, yeah, I'll go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, because I noticed Supervisor Wolf specifically called out the desire to perhaps have one of the town hall style meetings or this update as an evening meeting, and that we do have it currently booked for part of the public process on the EIR draft EIR. Is that correct, Dan? I just want to make sure I'm using the right technical planning term, since I'm not a planning professional like Dan is. So that's the purpose of the evening meeting on September 19th. But I think what we had been talking about throughout the day was coming back to the regularly scheduled board meeting of the 19th, which would be in Santa Maria's CEO Miyasato just mentioned.
And if I could, yeah, I didn't notice that, but actually I think it might work out okay if the September 19th regular Board of Supervisors meeting we have this cannabis update in the late afternoon, so that people can just flow right over to the EIR portion if they want to.
And just to further on that agenda, again, just to see if affirmation from the board as a whole, that when we do come back at the regular day meeting, that would maybe perhaps in the afternoon, it was to come back with kind of a further detailed discussion around the different licensing types, the impacts that we've been considering as we've talked about those, perhaps some of the limits, just kind of our thinking, but as I believe Supervisor Wolf used the example of what the city of Santa Barbara did, which was to go type by type and to explain those.
Thank you. And I don't know, when will we have our study back, the fiscal study?
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Wolf, that is expected at almost the same time, and part of the plan was to come and present a report probably during that September same meeting.
Well, that will be good. Yeah. I think as much as we can get done in that meeting, the better. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no more discussion, I'll make a motion that we move forward with recommended actions A, B. I think we provided direction to staff with C, and also D, CEQA guidelines.
And Supervisor Williams, did you have something else? Did we need a roll call vote, or can we just, all in favor say aye? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.